Mm-hmm. Let's see, I think I gotta test YouTube real quick. It should come through. It's not. Why are you not? Let's reset the bot. Not really bot, I guess program, I should say. Dun 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 dun. Technical difficulties, we love it. Oh. Did I do something wrong? Ah, there we go. Now it says it's connected. Test one more time. Hey, there we go. Now it works. Woo! Okay. Chat should be working. Everything should be working. Good, good. Welcome back to Vintage Story. Ah, it's nice. Nice to be back in this game. Even though I just played it a couple days ago. We are currently on the quest to go mine out all of the basalt because it is the best stone for making houses. At least if you have easy access to it. I've got a small basalt mine. I'm kind of testing the limits to see how much of it I can mine before the village gets upset, because they have borders. Let's see. I believe it's just here. Is it getting to be nighttime? No, it's daytime. It's just stormy, I guess. So the goal today is to get a nice little blacksmithing area set up. I've got to go get some clay. I'm getting all this basalt. I'd like to maybe get wind power. I don't know if I want to set up a windmill or not. I feel like I should because it's just useful in general to have, but I sort of have a windmill that I'd rather scavenge from because I'm probably not going to really use that base too much more. Calm down, Vintage Story. Let's grab... Oh, my stones! Come back. Come back. Well, there's Gracie. She's gonna... The moment I start streaming, here she is. I was looking for her for the last 20 minutes, and she decided to be a cat and hide. And now that I'm streaming, she'll probably meow my ear off because she wants attention. Poor Gracie. Definitely neglected and not loved upon at all times. Every waking moment of every waking day. Oh, come on. We're gonna have a cave collapse? Sure hope not. Nope. Okay. Cool. She's probably watching me search. Yes, Gracie probably would do that. She knows I'm talking about her. She's looking over her shoulder straight at me. Now she's looking out the window. How goes the digging? Well, hopefully you don't have to do too much more. I'm trying to get basalt cobblestone, so we all know how long that's gonna take. Gotta get so many stacks of little stones to make cobblestone. But if I can get this cobblestone, then I can make my smithing room, and with my smithing room, that'll be officially my house sort of sorted out. And then I'll have to make some good floors. Probably harvest my large trees that are over there. Gotta go grab more clay. Lots of just general work stuff. I have a kitchen. It looks pretty nice now. And I'm thinking about getting a windmill set up. It's November 1st, so it's gonna get cold real quick. Is this the Big Island Ocean playthrough? No, this is a no map run. I've been doing this one for quite some time. Like 8 months, give or take. And the point is to complete the story. So I've been playing this one for a long time. This is the main one that I stream. For YouTube videos, I like to do challenges, though for the current time, I'm waiting for 1.22 before I do an ocean challenge for Vintage Story. So in the meantime, I'll probably be uploading some Subnautica content in preparation for Subnautica 2. I gotta keep editing that video. Probably tonight I'll keep working on it. Maybe I can get it released tomorrow. Hell yeah! What's up? Hello, Hell yeah Raiders. Long time no see. I was just there like 45 minutes ago. Hey, and Streamlabs is working! I found out why it wasn't working last time. It's because I never told it to be on. You have to tell the bot, even though you give it moderation permission and you say, I want to use this command, you have to turn it on. I love there's so many on switches. You managed to tough it out a little bit longer until I started my stream. Hell yeah, I appreciate it. You're like, I have no idea who to raid. Maybe I can raid Knight. Wouldn't need a map for that one, but maybe you need some signs for making prospecting the usual or useful, because you sort of lose progress if you don't mark down notable discoveries. Yeah, so the ocean challenge will have a map. This world having no map, this is actually the only world I've actually bothered to progress the story on. So as far as I know, it's whatever we've discovered here at the village, which is just over that hill. So I had to start making another base over here, and not having a map means I can't really ferry things between bases very well. I had to spend a good while making a road to get me from my base to the Lazaret, and then from the Lazaret to here I could use the little in-game items that they give you. But that's really rough and is full of pitfalls that just absolutely kill all momentum. It takes me about a half an hour or more in real time to actually travel from this base to the other base that I have, which has 3 health hammers, and I very much want those, but I don't want to do the trek, so I'm debating on, do I try to remake them here, or do I go get them at some point? I appreciate you rating me, hell yeah. Hope everyone says hi then lurks. While they are welcome to stay or not stay if they choose. I am happy for the engagement, though. I like to talk about games as I'm gaming, so having more people to talk to is definitely a boon. And there's Lucius with the emote. I love that emote. Map makes it too easy. It really does, honestly. Like, I guess I don't want to say too easy, but like there's extra challenge with no map, because you actually have to, like, when you prospect, if you get a good reading, it's like, okay, where was that? And you can either make signs or you can, like, put landmarks of some kind. Everybody's gonna have their own way of doing things. It's very fun. But you do have to spend a lot of time, like, I have a 12,000 block road. I guess technically 24,000, because if you do, it's 2 squares wide. So it's technically 12,000 blocks-ish long, and it's 2 blocks wide, so it took a very long time to make that. Plus, I was going to put path on top of that, but I stopped because I had been streaming building a road for basically a month. And I'm like, I just want to get to the story, guys. I dug through mountains for that thing. Very fun, though. I should probably get my elk. You know what? No, I can teleport him. It's fine. So for those of you tuning in for the first time, hello, I'm Knight. I like to stream survival games. Specifically challenges of survival games if I can help it, or challenges of story games. It doesn't have to be survival, but survival is really nice and easy to do challenges with, because you can just be like, this mechanic that the devs want you to use, I won't use it. And then you have a run. They actually really do design this game around not having a map, though. Like, they give you stuff for that, so it's pretty fun. Dug through mountains with stability enabled. Yes, I did. Oh, apparently my house is sort of fallen apart while I was away. Also, what time is it? 2 o'clock? I should probably put these stones away and then go get some clay before it gets to be too late. You will probably find me streaming, well, it'll be Subnautica sometimes, Vintage Story. I'm sort of not going to be streaming once I do this challenge, because there's other games I want to stream. Probably do some Dark Souls or Elden Ring at some point. More survival games. Fun stuff. Skybridge feels cheaty. It does. It really does. I don't like it, and I wish that I could improve it, but, like, I wish I could also reach super far. So, I think for me, I'd be completely fine with the physics of this type of stuff and the Skybridge like this. If they had scaffolding, like Minecraft does, because I very much want a block that I can break and get all the blocks back, but use the tower. I really do, miss that about Minecraft. It makes building so nice in survival mode. Boss rushing, Night Rain. So I don't own Night Rain yet. I do like what I've seen of it, but it is kind of like a roguelike or roguelite with, you know, kind of randomized drops and runs. That is one thing I don't typically like, even though there's tons of replay value in that, just because I'm a hoarder, so I like to collect everything, and I like to build very unique characters. So if the game's like, yeah, here's 3 swords to choose from, it's like, well, what if I wanted a hammer? You know, so that's the only thing that stopped me from getting it originally, and now it's been out for a while, and they have extra content, so I will get it at some point. But yeah, that's the one thing I don't like about that in particular, is being spoiled by Elden Ring. Now having it be like, here's gear that we told you to use. I'm like, I like to do weird stuff, man. I like to be like, you know, whatever, sorcerer, typically weak, range caster class. How about we give him a great hammer and whatever, you know, like that type of stuff. I like to do that type of stuff even in D&D too. You take your time, Helya. You just streamed for like, what was that? 5 hours? Definitely relax. Take a break. Take it easy. Hey, Loopy, what's up? The augment stuff is not well done as far as I remember, so it just enhances the dudes for early advantage. It's kind of a fake system. Yeah, I don't know too much about it, so I'm trying not to judge it since I haven't played it myself. But definitely, it's like interesting to me because I like Elden Ring, and so Night Rain came out and it was like, yeah, it's more Elden Ring, and they started bringing back, you know, some of the old bosses from like Dark Souls and put them in Elden Ring. I'm like, oh, I really like this. This is awesome. That's why I want to play it, honestly, is be like, hey, like Duke's Dear Freya, the giant spider from Dark Souls 2, is in Elden Ring. It's like, ooh, yes, I want to know what that's like. That's a fun fight in Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 2 is clunky by today's standards. On my Vintage Story World, I was exploring the Arctic, but sadly it was summer. I did not get the cool music. I know! Oh, the Arctic Winds soundtrack is the best soundtrack in this game, and you only hear it when you're in the Arctic, and it makes me... Oh, did I just have a thing? Hello? Thought I just saw something. Maybe it was my shovel going away. But yeah, Arctic Winds, best soundtrack in this game. I will take no arguments. Most people will never hear it because they'll never go to the Arctic. I love struggling to make dual-wielding swords in D&D work. It doesn't, but it's fun, yes. And, like, a good DM, like, some of my DMs will make, like, custom enchanted swords that do things. Like, actually, last night I was playing D&D. So, I was playing a Leonin, which is already, like, an expanded universe type of character, or race, I should say. So I was playing a Leonin. He's a cleric. He's an order domain cleric, so it's all around like commanding and controlling opponents in battle. So he's like a battlefield commander, essentially. And last night I used these dual wield swords that I have that the DM made, and it's got two extremely powerful modes. One is, like, you heal allies when you either, like, when you kill an opponent, do damage to an opponent, or stuff like that. One is you brand everybody as, like, your enemy. Essentially, he said you brand them as a heretic. Heretics have a bonus to hit you, but then you have double proficiency bonus to hit them. And the whole point is for you to tank damage, like a ton of damage, and get them to aggro onto you, because it's got a special thing of if you go to 0 HP, you can forego your death saving throws and instead instantly die, but do max HP damage, or do max HP as radiant damage to all targets. So my character, I'm level 11. I've rolled really well and have decent constitution. He has 111 health. Last night, my character I chose to make the walking nuke and did 111 radiant damage to all the enemies that I could on the field at the time. And they were like big, chonky enemies, so there was like 4 of them. And so, yeah, I died, but they died too. And so it was very, very fun. And that was a pair of dual-wielding swords, where the thing really wasn't the dual-wielding, it was the special, like, feat for it. Very fun. First time I ever got to use it. Very, very fun. It's literally 15 degrees in the Arctic. Yeah, it's July. And yeah, when I ran my Arctic challenge, absolutely. I ran into that too, and I was like, wait, I can grow crops in the Arctic? I expected to be like, you know, negative all the time, all year round. Just more negative when it's winter, you know? I was very surprised that it got that warm. Some people in the comments for that video were like, well, then you didn't get to the true Arctic, because mine is always cold and never has trees. And I'm like, I searched a long time. I reset my Arctic world like 4 or 5 times and teleported myself up there, and I got the same kind of consistent runs. Some people were like, oh, I set my world as icy and super cold temperature. Well, the problem with that is that you get traders in those worlds, and the Arctic itself as a biome does not have traders. They don't exist up there. So I'm like, I want to play the way the game has it. So that's what I did. Classes have their own identity, and you sort of pick the class that fits how you like to play. Maybe they could add biome songs to... Oh, the resonator or tuning, whatever. There's tuning cylinders. Yeah, they have some songs. They might have some of the soundtrack as tuning cylinders. And add that to the resonator. They should, honestly. It's very good. Yeah, I know you're talking about Night Rain. We have like 4 conversations going on at the same time, which I'm fine. I have the brain power to handle that. So you guys can all talk about your own separate conversations if you want. Or not. Nuke build in my D&D campaign. Yeah, it was very fun. Like, the other one was basically like when you hit... Actually, I can pull it up. They have very fun names, because, you know, it's D&D, so we gotta have fantasy names. Let's see. I'll just read what they do exactly. So, the one I used is called Contempt of Self. And it brands a number of people up to my proficiency modifier, which is a +4. As heretics, they must be within 120 feet, and I have to be able to see them, which I was. 120 feet is huge in a battle map anyway. You apply your proficiency bonus twice when attacking them. They add your proficiency bonus to hit you. When you hit, the sword's base damage goes from 1d6 to 2d6, so I'm not doing that much melee damage, but clerics having the ability to augment weapons and stuff with extra damage, you know, it kind of balances out. When I use an opportunity attack to attack a heretic, I get to basically teleport up to them. It says I get to use my movement speed to rush them during the opportunity attack, so that they're constantly within range. When myself or an ally drops to 0, I may expend hit dice to deal radiant damage to all the heretics branded, and if I drop to 0, I can choose to instantly die instead, doing my max health. And this is all unreducible radiant damage. So, walking nuke. That's what I chose. The other one is called Love of God, and you can only use one of these before you have to long rest. And we do 3-day long rests in this campaign. Same thing, 120 feet. Instead of marking enemies, you mark allies as basically like, you know, followers or, you know, people you're supporting. They can apply my proficiency bonus to any saving throw they make. I'm not considered proficient in any saving throws while it's active, though. When I hit a creature, I can expend hit dice to heal my allies. If they are hit with a melee attack, I can use my reaction to move up to my base movement speed towards the target and take the damage instead. Actually, no, it's to make an attack against the attacker. And then, if one of my allies drops to 0, I can choose to drop to 0 instead. And when I do, everybody heals up to the current hit points I had. So if I'm a tank and the tank isn't taking damage, but one of them dies, I could heal all of my party members to whatever. And me having triple-digit health is very nice. So, anyway, D&D side note. Very fun game, though. Had a great time. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. I was reading through D&D stuff. We'll start mixing it up and have intra-conversations, too. Yes, make my brain fry. Do it. Do it. But yeah, so it was a very fun session last night because I got to use my special walking nuke cleric build. I had a very fun time with that. I don't actually want low fertility. I want that. What am I doing? This. I'm gonna say her name wrong. Is it Nami or Nam-Yi? Because it has a Y, and that's going to mess me up. But thank you. I saw you in Helia's stream too. Thank you for coming over and hopping and saying hi. Appreciate it. The Y is silent. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. But you never know when it comes to names. It's always a fun thing with my gamer tag or username or whatever you want to call it, depending on what platform I'm on. People will not see that it's knight. They'll think that it's king for some reason. And so I've had so many people call me king, and I'm like, who are you talking to? And then I'm like, oh, me. Got it. So, like, I'm always afraid to do that to other people, because I'm like, I hope I don't butcher names as bad as other people. Ah. Saw. If they blind me, I can't see them, but that's only the activation. So they would have to blind me. And so last night we actually had a thing where a different cleric was using Wall of Fire, which obscures vision. But Wall of Fire was on an angle, and I was standing way back here, so I could see both sides of the Wall of Fire. So my DM was like, well, how are you seeing them? And I'm like, don't I have the proper angle? And he looked, he's like, damn, you do. Okay. I guess you see all of them then. He was very excited that I got to use the swords that he made pretty much for my character. People call you Lucifer. Yeah, I guess I could see that too. They promoted me from knight to king. Hala or Raven. Yeah, I see. I've seen people abbreviate Raven that way too. So, like, that's why I just call you Helia, because I'm like, is it Raven? Is it Raven? Is it what is it? I've seen people actually do that. So. It does mean raven in Danish. Interesting. Probably gonna change name to just Helia VT or something. Only Helia is taken. What about only Helia? Like you put the only in front of your name. You said only Helia is taken. Gotta make more planks. Always more planks. Why did I do that? I have the intelligence of a squirrel sometimes. There we go. We'll fix how it looks in a bit. I know I just placed this here, but that was to get, like, bearings on if I like the size of the room and everything and how I want to do the rest of it. I think I want to have a giant window. I like big windows in all of my crafting areas. I like to see outside. Plus, I'm on a bit of a mountain because, well, those of you who have watched me for a little while know that I am basically a dwarf at heart. I love mountains. I would rather live on top of a mountain than in a nice warm valley. I'm also weird and like winter, so the fact that it's snowing up here has me excited and not terrified. I don't think I have the glass for that, though. I'm pretty sure I used all of my glass. They're gonna call you only. Helia was taken. Very fun. I made 2 bloomery bases. Why did I do that? Holding shift when I don't mean to hold shift. I do have a little bit of fire clay. Calcine flint, calcine flint, calcine flint. Where are you? Right there. Give me that. Give me that. Where's that fire clay? Right there. OnlyFans. Oh god. Only Hellia is taken. Everyone else is single. I like high ceiling for that reason. 3 high is too low. I missed the follower alarm. I'm sorry, Cat. Thank you for following me. I saw that too. And I was like, do I call it out? Do I say anything? I'm still not up to date on my Twitch etiquette. One person who was watching me and following me was telling me that I should never shout out people who follow because they might want to just lurk and have it not be known for some reason that they followed. I'm like, don't you want to be acknowledged by the streamer? I don't know. So if I don't do things properly, it's because I am not up on my streamer etiquette. Dang it. Some people some shy people out there want to be invisible. Yeah, they do. And so it's like, I never want to like call people out, but at the same time, I want to appreciate, you know, people who actually take the time to follow me because I appreciate it. And for me, I don't have any like sounds or notifications for that type of stuff, so the only time I see anything is in my chat, or if I toggle over on OBS, I have an activity feed. That's good enough. I do have the grass for this. No, that's not what I wanted. I think it depends on the person. I personally don't mind people saying my name, but sometimes I just want to follow for later because I don't feel like talking or I'm busy, so I guess it depends. That's kind of what happens to me. There have been times I followed people, like, tentatively, because maybe I watched, like, you know, half an hour of their stream because that's all I had time for, and then I was like, well, I'll follow them so that I'm notified the next time that they're doing something and I can come back. But I'm not sure that I want to, like, follow them, like, I'm gonna watch their stream on a regular basis or anything like that. It's more or less so I don't forget who you are and I can come back to it later. So when they call out stuff like that, it's like, okay, it does feel a bit awkward because it's like, well, I might not even respond to you saying thank you. So sometimes I just hope they don't call out, and if they do, then I'll be like, ah, you're welcome, and then oops, I just threw all the pies on the ground. That's not smart. Why? Brain, work, please. Thank you. Make controls do the thing. They should add a lurk instead of follow specifically for those people so they give a follow for you to see, but you know they don't need a shout out. Yeah, kind of. More or less, I keep my follows quiet. I feel like the people who follow, I just won't say anything about it. And then if they want to be recognized, they can say something. But then you have to be careful about that too, because you have people like bots that'll follow you and be like, I just followed you. And I'm like, do I say thanks? Most people don't say, hey, I just followed you. Like, yeah, I know. I don't know. People are a little different, so it's hard for me to know exactly what to do. So most of the time I just let people follow and not really shout out too much unless I know them. Like if they're from another stream or something like that. And then I let them chime in when they're comfortable. Wow, I'm smart. I made these pit kilns and didn't light them. I will need this. The curse of having a home that's not quite built yet. I'm still working out the kinks. I think I ran to go get food. Okay, we can put this stuff away. We gotta get more cobblestone. We gotta get more boards made. Put this over here. I'll place that down there and I'll probably use that at some time. I have a bloomery place, so I was gonna make more glass. My quartz is up here. You know what? I'm just gonna do the easy thing. Not the easy thing. I already messed it up. My brain is not doing the controls correctly. And charcoal. Odd number charcoal. I hate it. Don't bother me like that. There we go. Something is having a field day. It is just knocking down the entire mountain. No. I do have sounds, but also need to fix it. Seems to be fine on stream itself, but I personally can barely hear it. I need to seek fluid intake. Forgot to refill my water earlier. I got like a gifted sub once, and that was because I wanted to watch a stream of a game that I was interested in. They happened to stream it. I forgot my water again. Feels like an obligation afterwards to tune in. Silly goats. Yeah, I don't think they're goats. I feel like they're goats of the nighttime variety. Of the rust variety. I need that darn torch. I would move this down here permanently, but, you know, that's sort of where I live up there, and I don't have enough light sources yet, because I don't have any wax to make any candles, to make any lanterns. And I keep abandoning my lantern wherever I go, so we'll just sleep, I guess, and we'll see if my bees are happy enough for me to get some honeycomb. They're completely normal goats, yes. I swear. They're not dangerous in any way. I feel like it's cold enough, these bees are not going to be happy. Hey! Oh, I thought he was attacking Souffle. Do not attack Souffle. The heck was that? I think a car just went around the corner and it's like glass and mirrors perfectly reflected light into my room here for just a second. I live on a corner, so as cars go by, that tends to happen. Okay, population poor, 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 large, but not good enough, I don't think. They're buzzing, so they're not exactly asleep. But also, I think they have to be large and sustain a large population for a few days before you can harvest from them. So I might just have a pretty dark base for the winter. Yeah, butt cheeks, I was also gifted a sub recently. on a stream just randomly. Like, I don't actually understand how gifted subs work because I, again, don't really do Twitch stuff. And so, like, I didn't talk in this chat at all. I was just lurking. And so I was in this chat and I got a gifted sub and I was like, do I say anything? Because I wasn't really interested in the stream at the time either. Like, it was somebody that was playing some game I really didn't care about, and they themselves, I didn't have anything against them, but I'm like, I only tuned into this because of, I don't even remember why, honestly. I think I was watching a different person at the time and they rated this channel and I was like, okay. And then I was watching them and I'm like, not for me. And then I got a gifted sub and I'm like, I don't know what to do about this. Like, I should probably use it, but also weird. I don't know. I think a skip with a honeycomb is oh yeah, harvestable. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right, Kat. Never have gotten a gifted a sub on YouTube. Just seeing people randomly get those when they were just joined. Maybe it's some YouTube backend thing. I've gotten them on Twitch, not YouTube. You can gift memberships on YouTube. I know you can. I've seen it happen. There's another guy that I watch Diablo 2 content for. I don't really watch him, but anyway, his name is Zarfin the Loot Goblin. He's a fun guy to watch. He's from Sweden, and he was a fun guy to watch. I found his content on YouTube, and he started streaming, and I guess he was multi-streaming to YouTube and Twitch one day, and then I started seeing this type of stuff pop up in his chat. But he was also like, what I love about streaming is that people that you think, because he's got like approaching 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, and so like for somebody like him, you think like, they've got it down, they know what they're talking about, they know how all this works, and then he still has like technical difficulties and stuff. Not saying that you wouldn't have them, but like, you know, he's not the most well versed on all this stuff too, and I'm like, I appreciate that you're not an expert in this field just because you make YouTube videos. Because I feel like that's one thing, having gotten into streaming fairly recently and not watching streamers myself, I don't really understand a lot of it myself. Like, you'll see so many streams titled with like, you can use exclamation drops and get this stuff, and I'm like, I don't know how to set that up, don't think I can set that up without a lot of extra work around, and don't know if I want to set that up. Like, I don't want my stream to be a mini game. I just want you to come and hang out and talk, and like, hopefully you enjoy the content, you know? This isn't gambling. I'm just hoping that I'm entertaining enough. But that's what it feels like. It feels very like casino-like, because it's like, you can use points to do this stuff. And I'm not saying I don't want to have channel points, but like, that's like the most I would probably do, because there is a lot of randomization to stuff like that, where it's like, and then you can turn on a gambling system, and I'm like, do people expect that? Because I sure don't. I don't want to gamble while I'm watching somebody game. I want to watch them play the game. But everybody's different. It's a very weird industry to be in. Nobody can expect to be fluent in it because I keep changing the darn thing. Yeah, absolutely. That's true too. I do have drops enabled, but the games I play rarely or never have drops anyway. Yeah, like I couldn't tell you how you would do that. I'm assuming there's some sort of public campaign that you can opt into so that you can be one of the people that if you're streaming that game, your viewers can get a thing for that game. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing of like, I don't really play those games, and even if I did, I mean, I feel like at that point you're starting to take away from why hopefully people are there, and that's to watch you and to hang out and chill. That's all I want my stream to be, is fun, relaxing, good time, good place to hang out, talk about things, you know? What's going on in life? How are things going for you? You know, what are you enjoying playing right now? Laugh at me for making dumb mistakes. You know, the fun stuff. And Vintage Story is a great game for that. It's so peaceful. See, I just got a follow while I was talking, and I don't know if I should shout it out. It pops up in chat, so that's what I'm talking about. So, thank you, Dragon Sheepy, for the follow. Appreciate it. Yell at me if you don't want public attention. You can yell at me in DMs if you want. I won't see it till after stream, probably. Think I lost my affiliate somehow? Oh no. Twitch is hard to get affiliate on these days. I don't know. Maybe it was easier back in the day, but having to have 3 concurrent viewers as an average all the time, and 3 is not a high number. But, like, there are days where I'll have, like, 10 people join my stream, but it's always 2 at a time. Maybe with some stuff, like 3 people overlapping here or there. But it's never, like, all 10 at once, or it's very rarely that. And then if I have a good day, like, say today, there's quite a few people in here. It's like, say today is gonna be like a good day where I have an average viewership of, you know, more than 3 or 3 at least. Then my stream on Monday will be like 1 person. It's just how it happens. It's just how it works. But YouTube, I'll say for anybody who thinks they want to do this, YouTube is definitely easier about that type of stuff. You just have to have some entertaining content and put some effort into editing. If you're interested in video editing, then YouTube could work for you, because it's such a large platform, and the fact that people don't have to catch you live means you're just much more likely to get that engagement. And for long form content, you have a year to get that. Like, if to put it in perspective, I think if Twitch were to say you need to have, like, let's say 30 viewers a month instead of 3 as an average, I would have hit affiliate a long time ago. But it's not. It's 3 per stream as an average. And days come and go, so you never know exactly what that's going to turn out to be. Have I tried viewbotting? No, because I don't even know what that is. Seems to be meta. I hate that there's meta for streaming. Not the way I want to do streams. I'm just hoping that I release content for YouTube, people like it, and if they like it enough, they come watch me on stream. That's my angle. I'll double dip my own content. Promote YouTube on Twitch and Twitch on YouTube. What am I doing? Grabbing pie. No. Cut the pie, please. I was also an art streamer when I got affiliate. Yeah, that's another thing too, is like, I don't know how big the other categories are. I mean, obviously Twitch will tell you how many viewers there are in a category, but like if you're an art streamer, do you have a better time because people like to watch art more than they like to watch games? Because there's also the chatting category, and like, I don't know if people make it, they probably make affiliate through chatting because it's not really any different. But like, are people podcasting or something on Twitch? Like, I don't interact with that stuff really. What does it mean that I have a year to get that? So YouTube's monetization has statistics you have to reach in a 12-month period in order for you to become a partner, which is affiliate for YouTube. So you have to have 10,000 view time hours from your videos. You have to have 1,000 subscribers, and you have to have 3 months posted in a 90-day period, or three videos posted in a 90-day period. 3 months. And honestly, what happened with me, and there seems to be a thing, I think YouTube kind of tricks you a little bit. Your first video that you post in a long time, I think they promote heavier than they promote other content. To get you like kind of hooked into it, because both me and a couple friends of mine that have posted stuff on YouTube have seen this before, where we will post things like my first video, my Arctic challenge for Vintage Story. All intents and purposes, while the Arctic is probably more interesting than like the desert I think I had better editing, I had a better microphone. I didn't have as sloppy of footage. Like, some of the footage for the Arctic run has chat and it has me on the side, so I had like cleaner, better footage. And for all intents and purposes, the amount of effort I put into that, and also the desert being an interesting biome, it should be doing better than the Arctic one. But the Arctic one exploded. I got in 2 months 100,000 views on that video, and in about 2 months in the desert one, I'm at 60,000. So like, either the Arctic is just that much more interesting and everybody wants to click it, or YouTube's promoting your first video a lot more. And I feel like it's the latter. I think they promote your first one really heavily. Because it said I had, by the end of the 2 month period where I had 100,000 views, it said I had 1.2 million impressions or something. So it was like, and like that, well, no, I think it's 2 million impressions now for about 100,000 views, something like that. I had like 1 million impressions before I even knew it. And impressions is like how often they show it in people's feeds and stuff. So like, when you go to your YouTube home or on the sidebar when you're watching a YouTube video, did they display it? And so they showed it to over 1 million people within like, I think it was a month for 1 million and 2 months for 2 million. And I have like a 2.6% or something, or 2.5% click-through rate on that video. My other videos have a much higher click-through rate, which is the rate in which like people that see your content will actually click the content, the video, to watch it. My desert one has a much higher click-through rate, so for all intents and purposes it should do better, but it doesn't. YouTube hasn't promoted it as much, and it hasn't quite seen the same leap of success. None of my videos have. It's also the fact that I'm growing more, I'm getting more followers and stuff, so I would think I would also get slightly higher numbers, and I'm seeing a little bit lower numbers on some of the videos. Some of them are modded, and that's a different audience, so like the sky challenge I did and the night challenge I did, that's modded worlds, and people apparently aren't as interested in modded Vintage Story, or they are, but there's a lot more competition for modded Vintage Story. Something is happening, because those videos don't do as well. Need more nice looking rooms. Viewers love nice looking rooms. In terms of my background, yeah. I mean, it is what it is, man. I got my stuff, I've got my money that I can afford things, and this is my background, you know? I can't do much more. I don't have extra space in my house to make it work. So, eh. Catch up on chat. Background frequently includes Gracie, so I think it's perfect. Yes, it does. She is currently asleep on the bed behind me. That's another thing. I don't necessarily want to have like a crazy background or anything super whatever like that, because I don't know. I live in a building, a house. You're gonna see things in the back. It's not like it's a mess back there. It's got my bed, a closet, some things on a shelf and wall. It is what it is. It's a lived-in space. I don't live in an insane asylum. I'm not saying I don't want to improve it, but it's what I have right now, you know? It's what I can afford. I don't even have a spot, like, in my house that's just empty wall where I could have a white background, you know? Where I could do, like, green screen stuff. I don't have a solid wall that I could do that with. Otherwise, I would. Maybe in another year or so. We'll see how things go, but there's a good chance. Where the heck did I put that lantern? I thought I put it in here somewhere. Maybe not. It's gotta be upstairs then. Oh, it's in my inventory. Okay, cool. In-game rooms. Let's see. Need more nice looking rooms in-game. I mean, yeah, I'm not a... For vintage story specifically, you know, it's... You got the chiseling mechanics, and I'm not against the chiseling mechanics. I just... You know, it's like, what do people really want? Do they want... Like, so for example, though, the 1 year challenges. Do you want to see me never advance past the Copper Age because I decided to chisel a house and make it look nice? Or never get past the Bronze Age? Or do you want to see how far I can get? What if I could get to Steel in 1 year because a place is particularly easy? You know, it's that type of stuff. I'd rather get the practical tech upgrades than the fancy aesthetic upgrades. That's what year 2 is for. Because come winter year 2, I'm not going to know what to do anyway, so I'll probably end up chiseling. Real life doesn't matter for gamers. Can we get bonus Gracie end card content on YouTube? Possibly. I was thinking about that. I was really thinking about having a little bit of like fun Gracie footage in the middle of my videos. I was going up for the tongs, right? I gotta bring some of my smithing stuff down here, because that's where I'm ultimately going to use it. Your vintage story world, you have some nice looking parts and mostly scuffed stuff. I mean, yeah, it's more practical use stuff. I'm a very practical-minded person. My base doesn't have to look nice, it has to be functional. So, you know, it's like, I have rooms because they keep me warm. I am making improvements to things, but it takes time. And in a lot of those challenge runs, when you have a year, you're trying to get to things like, how do I do this before winter happens? It's a lot less time you spend on those other components. In a world like this, where this is year 5, so we're on 6 in-game years, basically. There's a lot more time to do that stuff. I want the shears. I should have brought the... Well, no, the saw can stay. This one has grass floors. I'm working on it. But yes, the floor is usually the last thing I do, because, well, it doesn't matter as much. Like, for the night challenge, it's like, I need grass in a cave so that I can grow berry bushes down there. So yeah, I have grass floors. That's a practical application. What was I doing? Saw for this. Or like the Arctic world had ice floors because dirt, or not dirt, but like getting wood, there's not that many trees, so you're not gonna make wooden floors. And there's no dirt to even make grass or rammed earth or anything like that. Often limited by what I have available to me. The desert challenge is sand and stone, so I built as much stone stuff as I could, but otherwise sand floors. It's just kind of what I have available. No. I want to do this. Place, 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 place. But I get it. Yes, my aesthetics could be better. They definitely could be. But I also don't advertise myself as somebody who's keen for aesthetics and art. I don't have that magic eye for things like that myself. Like in Minecraft, for example, even in creative mode, if you were to tell me to make 8-bit, like, pixelated Mario, couldn't do it. I can't do that. My brain just does not visualize that, and I never bothered to. Like, I just didn't have an interest in doing it to begin with. Was never, like, a creative mode player, always survival. That's just how my brain is. Very logical and tactical, and a lot less creative and art-oriented. Left-brained, not right-brained. Maybe I'm mixing up a case about floor having better move speed. This does not have better move speed unless you build paths. Specifically, stone path or wooden path. So like this stuff. 1.12 walk speed, and I think stone is 1.5 or something. 1.3. So like for roads and stuff, it's great, but for your house, I'm not going to build cobblestone, like, it's like gravel, like road stone. I don't think that would be nice in my own house. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted, this here. So yeah, that's probably why you'll see that type of stuff. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't have a lot of time to. Especially when it comes to things like streaming. This stream in particular, I might spend some time building the aesthetics of the world because I'm sort of wading through winter. But a lot of it, oftentimes, you know, I don't have all that extra time. This world is mostly to progress story, so as I'm waiting to do the story, I will do aesthetic stuff, or at least that's how I have it in my head. Let's see, They specifically made packed dirt variants specifically so you could have nice looking things fast and cheap. Yeah, except you can't make packed dirt when you have only ice to deal with. And in this house, I don't see a point in making packed dirt when I'm going to replace it with larch wood. It just takes time to do. I use rammed earth for like reinforcing my walls and stuff, building outlines of things, or like, you know, temporary measures so that the base doesn't fall apart, that type of stuff. It's more so so for that type of layout, do I have my lantern on me? So I can use that as an example. I think I put it in here. So for that example, the reason why it's built the way that it is, at least at the current time, is because I need to have immediate access to a water source so that I can make dough, and the only water source block is right down there for the kitchen. So instead of building a giant staircase to work my way all the way down here slowly, I built a ladder. But over here, I have stairs because it's just faster to get up and down that way. This would have taken me a long time before winter, so I would have been cold and freezing before I would have had a kitchen built. So it was the practicality of it in this case. The reason why this is here is because this is the water source block. I can't delete it. If I do, I can't make new water source blocks. Like, that's part of the settings in the game and part of the challenge run. Very much, like, yes, I want things to be better aesthetically, but function first. That's how everything is built. So the reason why this ladder is here is it just would have taken way too long. I was already freezing in that room while I was building that room. If I had to build a staircase to go along with it, it would basically just barely be done. There's a reason for all of it, trust me. Like, the reason why it's so dark is because I don't have the stuff for lantern making right now. So, you know, working on it. Let's see. Making walls out of cobblestone is more work. Yes, but it looks nice when it's done. Why make it out of dirt, then make it out of cobblestone? I'm just gonna make it out of cobblestone because it looks nicer. Yeah, so, like, this was an afterthought because this is part of the mountain, and, like, you can see there's land out there, right? So I did the staircase down because I had land to work with. Every part of my house here is as much land as what was on this top of the mountain of where I'm building. Down here where the kitchen's at, that is, like, floating above nothing. That is built, that's not even built into the water or anything like that. Over time, I will improve that, and I probably will have a staircase, because I agree with you, you know, I don't like to have a ladder and stairs. Ladders are slower to go up and down, but at the current time, it's a functionality thing. And for me specifically, I insist on building basically in the highest spot that I can for my bases because I really enjoy the mountain view. So that's why things are the way they are. I'm not saying you're wrong at all. No, you're completely right. It could look better, and there's definitely ways of doing it. It's just, in my brain, it doesn't matter as much for the time being. It's something that I will add and change later. Like, this is not going to stay this way. This is just so that I have something for working forges and making more fire clay bricks if I need to. Basically, my base at all times is a work in progress. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, you can, but what is more important? Do I want to do the story, or do I want to build a nice house? This world is story focused. It's only right now during winter where I'm not ready for story because I don't have enough supplies that I'm working on aesthetics of a base. This is only the first winter in this region that I've had. My other house, having 4 years of work on it, looks a lot better than this one. Food. Right, that's what I need. Oh, it's dark. I keep leaving my lanterns in different places. I like moving between rooms. Like, yeah, my kitchen being far apart from everything else is maybe not the most ideal. But at the same time, I think, so the way I'm using it is I'm trying to use the resources somewhat practically. Like the water being the way that it is. I like that the kitchen is built so far separate from the rest of the house because it's using what the land is providing versus where I'm building the rest of my house. Ooh, that's open. That's a problem. I do have more cobblestone that I can use to fix that up. Ooh, that's gravel. That's not what I wanted. Oh, absolutely. The forge isn't done yet. That's the thing. Working on it. It's what we're working on today. This room is, basically just got started getting constructed today. So, we're working on it. Nothing I have set is where it's going to stay. Oops, like that. So that's the fun stuff, is figuring all of it out and figuring out what I like and what I don't like. Like, I'm probably going to build a... I don't think I'm going to have too much in this area, honestly, for forging stuff at the moment. I think I'm going to have... probably this section be like a charcoal pit, slash pit kiln area. And then over here will probably be a storage chest. Oh, that needs to be replaced. I got so many blocks of random stuff that needs to go away. Forge on wood floors, yes. Exactly. Real temp physics, not a thing. I will of course abuse the fact that it doesn't have real temp physics. When they add it, I will change it, but for the time being, it is the way that it is. Oh, that's not the right box. Put some of this soil in here, I guess. Lots of sticks from getting the trees. Okay, so what do I want to do with this room? So, like, one of the things that's going on with the house and the way that it looks, or the reason why it looks the way that it does, is because, essentially, to make it more random and not just a square, I used the shape of the terrain to build all these rooms, basically separately from each other. And then I had to add these doors the way that they are because they weren't counted as rooms yet. So, aesthetically, over time, things will change. I got 2 bricks here that'll move downstairs. But that's kind of the thing, is a house for me is nothing. Like, I don't like build a house and then go, I'm done. It's like a, well, what do I want to do now? Oh, I think I'll, like, you know, get rid of these aged crates so that I can have only, you know, large crates created. I think I'll, you know, make room so that I don't freeze or whatever. Like, I got firewood stacks in random places because this is where I was doing forging. It was all one room at one time, but now all of this is reworked, and I could just make a crate to store the firewood and put that in the forging area so that I don't have to worry about it too much. I need more wooden planks for that. I don't have my saw on me. Must have left it either up here or downstairs. Right there. Okay. Let's do that first. More crate. Oxygen not included has nice temp physics interactions, but they failed me when they said some materials emit light when they are molten. Very displeased when my solar panels didn't work off of those molten materials being guarded by a glass and vacuum. Every game sort of half-asses those sort of features. Yeah, I agree. I totally get you. Where do I want this crate? On the ground, maybe, for now? So I can start moving this firewood in here. For me, when it comes to, like, video games and stuff, it's very much a thing of, like, I like realism, but I don't have the whole, like, immersion-breaking thing. That's not a thing that my mind plays around with. My brain doesn't go that far. It's more or less a video game is a video game. It's a thing for me to enjoy and have fun. And if something's like kind of like dumb, like, oh yeah, you're forging on wooden floors, or same thing with fire pits. You can light fires off of your wooden floors too. That stuff doesn't break immersion for me because it's a video game, you know. I don't really play video games to be, like, so immersed into them that I lose track of reality. That's not really my thing. So, where do I want these? Maybe, well, no. Let's put them, I guess, over here for now. Until I get shelf storage. Yeah, expectations definitely rise when one game or one company does something. It kind of becomes the new standard, new status quo. But I don't necessarily expect that myself. I have very low expectations of games. I'm very much more of a relaxed gamer. So, like, say there's a game that wants to surpass Vintage Story in whatever it's doing. It's going to be another hardcore survival voxel-based game. If it doesn't blow Vintage Story out of the water because Vintage Story does something better than it, it is what it is. It's a game. I just pick which one I like, or if I like both, play both. The reason why I stopped playing Minecraft was not because Vintage Story does things more realistically. It was because Vintage Story is difficult, Minecraft isn't. I like challenges in games. The realism stuff is kind of neat, but I'm not like super into that. I've got friends who get into like, what is that thing? Is it HEMA? The thing for like medieval swordplay and stuff. And so like, they're like, oh yeah, combat overhaul mod and all this other stuff. Doesn't do it for me. It's fine, but I have no reason to get it, My brain just doesn't operate on that wavelength. Timberborn happened. It's not exactly as fluid in simulation, but it's essentially in that realm of water resource management. Yeah. But I also think, with like a video game, you have things of what's worth putting time into. Every game's going to struggle with a certain aspect of it. Like, you might not have realistic water, but you have massive procedurally generated world or whatever, and somebody could make a mod or something that adds that feature you're looking for the game, but if the dev team doesn't decide to do it, there's probably a reason for it. They're probably putting their resources somewhere else. And at the end of the day, for me, I just want to play the darn game, whatever that is. Whatever component it happens to be, and I'll either enjoy it or not. Everybody's got their different things that they like. Like, I was just playing Fallout 76 for the last couple of months. I've been playing that because I got it for $5 on Steam Winter Sale. And people would like scream about like, oh, the writing is terrible, the acting is terrible, all this stuff is terrible. I'm like, it's a video game set in a post-apocalyptic world. Like, maybe it's not as good as the other Fallouts, or guaranteed it's not as good as the other Fallouts, but did I still put like 75 hours in that game and enjoy it? Yeah, for the most part. Maybe the last 10 hours of it or so I was getting kind of tired of it. But like, that's really... I have very low expectations. I got my money's worth. I spent $5 and got 75 hours out of it. That's pretty good on your return on investment, It's a thing about, like, some games, like, let's say there's some Souls-likes out there that are whatever. It's like, oh, the combat's clunky and the story doesn't make any sense. It's like, sure, but did I still pay, like, $20 for it and get, like, 80 hours of gameplay? Okay, then I got my money's worth out of it. Like, that's kind of the thing. Like, I'm a Destiny 2 fan. Like, it's in a rough patch right now for sure because of just how Bungie is handling things. But Destiny 2 has had its ups and downs. But for me, I paid $100, actually less than that. It was $80 a year to play the game, and I was regularly putting in like 500 hours in that game. So I got my money's worth out of it for sure. People say, oh, it's not an $80 game, why are you spending $80? Because I put 500 hours into it. It's my social game with my friends, so it has value to me in a different way than just money per what, you know, like the price of the content that you're getting. The content is me hanging out with my friends, you know, so any game that can keep my attention that long and have my friends play it too must be good enough for me to spend that amount of money on it. Otherwise, I wouldn't give them $80 a year. Now that a lot of my friends have dropped off of it for one reason or another, I may not give them $80 because it was never about the game, it was about the experience with my friends. No resin? Man. I was hoping this forest would have more resin trees. Yeah, can acknowledge something could be improved and still enjoy it a lot. Absolutely. That's basically my mentality. That's a good way of summarizing it, Kat. Like, everything can be improved. Everything all the time can be improved. There's never a thing that's perfect. But did I get my enjoyment out of it? Yeah. So it works for me. Prey 2017 was like BioShock-like. Had nothing to do with Prey, the previous company. That's sort of how I do it, too, for the resin hunting. I had resin trees over by the village on that side, but lightning made a fire and burned them down, so I have to go find them for the first time again. I have to hope that this forest has some resin trees. Otherwise, the only other spot I found resin is quite far away. And I hate that they can be hidden under leaf blocks like this. I haven't chopped down any trees yet because I'm not certain that, like, there have been many times where I've gone through and been like, nope, that's not a resin tree, and then I'll spot one nearby and I'll go back and check it, and it actually does have resin on it. Like this one, resin tree. Let's grab that. So, can't chop this one down, but I will put, I guess I'll put some ladders on it or something to mark it as a unique tree. Fallout 76 didn't need to be named Fallout. It sets expectations. It does. I mean, but it's in the Fallout world and whatever, you know. It is... I get why they did it. And they also are banking on the fact that it has the name because it sells... Fallout is a known franchise, and therefore naming anything related to it as Fallout, you know, is gonna have that... It's gonna sell because of that. At the end of the day, you know, like I said, I did enjoy my time. I would never have spent $60 on that. Especially not the way it was when it launched. But it has redeemed itself and goes on sale for quite a better price. $5 is a steal for any video game, even if it's bad. As long as that game has, like, more than 5 hours of content, $5 is definitely enough. Honestly, Fallout 76 you could pay 15 or 20 bucks for and you could still get your money out of it for the fact that it has as much content as it does. Okay, I don't think this one has it either. Just looking at it. Dang it. That's why the Prey 2017 story, it was a huge mistake. And then Bethesda did it again with Fallout. Yeah. I didn't follow Prey, so you know... I think I did play a bit of that Prey, and it very much was like BioShock, and as somebody who likes BioShock, great, but if I was a fan of Prey and that's what I got, Yeah, you know, I definitely see that. It'd be like if they turned Dark Souls or Elden Ring into a 2D side-scroller. Would it be fine? Sure, but the fact that it's 3D is kind of what sells that game for me, because I have a lot of spin-off Souls-likes that are like that. I've got Blasphemous, Salt and Sanctuary. I don't have Hollow Knight, but that's one that I will probably get someday. Mostly don't have Hollow Knight because I don't really have an interest in getting it right now. But, you know, like, there's enough of those types of games out there that if they were suddenly like, and the future of Elden Ring is to be 2D, side-scrolling, I'd be like, maybe not. Not that it'd be bad, it just wouldn't be what I wanted. Can this tree... I mean, none of these are resin logs, but... maybe up there. I've seen some crazy pine trees that have had so much resin, like just up at the top. I once found a tree that had 3 deposits towards the top of it, and I almost chopped it down. Oh, almost chopped it down because I didn't see it. I think we're good here. Fine, 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 fine. Yeah, I think we're fine. Prey has nice Dishonored Arcane level design stuff. That's cool. I never got into it myself. Oh, resin tree. Hey, resin tree. Ladder. Ladder. Not that I need ladders, just to mark it, though. It's easier to see a tree that's marked with a ladder. And we'll shave it, too, and make sure that none of the leaves are there. Why did I do that? I wanted it there. Shaved pines. I think we're pretty fine there. 3 deposits on the same tree. Yes, one time. It's only ever happened once, but it was crazy. Usually I only ever find 1. I have found a couple 2s. But yeah, 3 deposits on 1 tree. Absolutely nutty. Wasn't on this world, though. It was on a co-op world with my friends, and it got deleted. It was not modded, either. We didn't have any modded tree stuff at the time. We were playing mostly vanilla because the last time we had played with mods, it broke everything. Like, 2 of us crashed and couldn't play the game anymore, so we decided to play without mods and then slowly introduce them. Yeah, we're fine. Highly recommend Prey Moon Crash DLC. It's like its own thing. The regular Prey 2017 is a bit too slow. It's actually sort of how I see Night Rain versus regular Elden Ring, because Night Rain is just like condensed combat experience, not much about exploration, mostly about mastering boss in the world and modifications. Yeah. That's sort of why I haven't gotten Night Rain yet, is there have been mods and stuff for boss rushes in other Souls games, and I just never really, like, I never really got into those. Like, I tried them a bit, but then I was like, it's, you know, I think Night Rain helps with the fact that it's overworld, so you have exploration that you can do and bosses throughout the overworld as like field bosses, so it's not just a boss fight after boss fight back to back. But yeah, I don't. Oh, there's a drifter over there. I don't know. For me, that was never really a thing. Elden Ring is not about exploration or boss fights. It's both for me. I like both. I like seeing the world design. It's like everybody that came across the Lake of Rot in Elden Ring went, oh my god, he did it again. Not just a poison swamp, but a toxic swamp. A rot swamp. Everybody was like, oh my god, should have expected this. And of course, then everybody was like, but wait, I have my new horse companion. Can't use him there. Like, but that forced you to, like, think about the environment logically and go through it very slowly. And, like, there are platforms that you can raise in there so that you don't give yourself rot and, you know, all that other stuff is like, oh, okay. Like, I like that aspect of it. But then also, you know, you have really, really, really fun fights. Like, my personal favorite of at least base Elden Ring is Malekith. I think he has got a fantastic moveset. Is very fun as a boss. And then you've got, like, the crazy boss fights like Placidusax and stuff that are, like, just not even that difficult of a boss fight, but are just so thematic with everything. That you play it and you're just like, the fact that during that boss fight, during his like mega laser attack where he does like the lightning fist and slams it into the ground, it deafens the sound. Like, it's an experience, man. I love that stuff. Has, like, many hands that... So, Malekith is the guy, if we're talking about Malekith from Elden Ring, he's the guy that has the Rune of Death. And he wears, like, these weird robes in the beginning phase, and then when you get him to half health, he pulls a sword out of the Rune of Death that's in his hand or whatever the hell, and gets some really cool golden black armor, and he does jump around the room, but all his stuff does, like, oh, what the heck is that damage type called? The one that, like, reduces your maximum health. He does, like, that kind of damage all the time. Oh, the Funeral Bell is actually toxic. Let's not save this tree. But, like, it's a very fun fight. I would love to stream Elden Ring at some point, too, but I don't have, like, I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, Elden Ring, watch me, like, no-hit the entire game. It's like, Elden Ring and vibe. You know, I'm very much more like, I'm not skilled at this game. I'm skilled enough to beat it. That's about as far as I go. A game is an experience. It's a work of art. I don't try to rush through it. I enjoy every part of it. There will be times when a Souls game will start playing a soundtrack for one of the boss fights and I will tear up and get goosebumps because the music is fantastic. That's how I play video games. Is the village this way? I think it's this way. No lightning daggers? I don't believe so. He throws rock daggers. Or, like, he's got a rock spell. But they're not lightning. The boss music is just overwhelming. I'm the opposite, man. I turn that music up. I turn everything else off if I have to, just to hear the music. And I go listen to the soundtracks of all the bosses later for fun. God, I kind of want to play Dark Souls 3 for that reason too. There are some themes in that just they're so beautiful. Even Destiny had that too, because Destiny has fantastic composers for their music. In some of their raids, it's a team thing with callouts. I'd be like, guys, we've done this raid like 30 times. We know what we're doing. I'm muting all of you so I can listen to the song, because I just want to hear the raid encounter music. It's so good. The music for me, I feel like helps me focus more, because like I really do get immersed into the whole thing. If I don't have music, then it's like, I don't know. It's the same thing for like people who play like shooters and will like do a lot of competitive games won't have music because they're like, I have to hear the guy breathe from behind the wall. It's like, you could, or you could have music and just have fun. But for Elden Ring, there's something about like here, because a lot of times they'll have music change on a phase change. And so if you hear the track change, then you know you're officially in phase 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever. I don't have any light. I'm not going down there without some light. One of the lanterns. I empathize with people that turn down music when parking. I mean, that's a little bit different thing for me. Real life, you know, music is... It's not background music for an epic boss fight. I also turn down my music when doing things like parking or pulling up to a stoplight or something like that. But oftentimes I'll just have music as like headphones or something. I have those wireless earbuds that will play music through like your jawbone so you can still hear everything. I do that all the time. I wear them very regularly, especially when driving too, because I can still hear and see everything just fine. It doesn't distract me because they're not that loud. Parking is epic boss fight for some. Maybe I just worse at Elden Ring than Dark Souls then. I mean, like, it's not about better or worse. You just play the way you want to play, man. Like, it's okay to enjoy something different. For me, so I don't know if you played Dark Souls 3, but the Twin Princes fight, it's one of like the last fights of the base game. Fantastic soundtrack. I can't do that fight without blaring that music, and in fact it gets to a point where I will play that boss and mess with him so that I will only turn him into phase 2 just as the music will do a perfect transition, because it's that awesome to me. Now, it's been years since I've done that. It's probably been 3 years or so since I played Dark Souls 3. So I couldn't do it anymore. But it's like the same thing in Zelda Ocarina of Time. You get to the top of Ganon's tower and he is playing the music on his own organ. I will time that. I will go up there and wait for him to get to the best part. I had it at one time, not mathematically, but I had it timed out perfectly so that when I entered the room, he would play the final notes just before they cut off the music. so that he would do his like epic like thing, and he would play his theme, the climactic moment, and then he would stop it right then and there as soon as he was done with it, and then he'd do his laugh, and then you'd start the fight. That's just how crazy I am about it. I enjoy video game music on that scale. Same thing with in Dark Souls 3, there's the Abyss Watchers fight that has a part to it that in the official soundtrack makes a perfect transition, and so in the game I will try to get that perfect transition as well. I am full on firewood for this. It's just how I am. I can stall a boss fight that I've done a million times just so that I get the perfect music transition. So I guess if I can brag about having some sort of skill, it's probably that. But it's been years, so I can't do that anymore. But I legitimately did as a kid for Zelda. Growing out of Dark Souls by the third. Got back into it just for Night Rain, though. Open world Dark Souls sort of felt like a gimmick, and ironically, gimmick off-brand Elden Ring showed me that I like the game regardless if it was distilled to just combat mastery. There is some great video game music. I'm not saying DS is bad music, I'm saying it's... Oh, yeah, no. It's just like, for me, because the music is that cool, it's like... The music, for me, gives me that, like, vibe of, like... You can't fail now. They're singing your praises. They are, you know, like there's this whole thing of like, you are the hero. Listen to the music and like, you can't fail now. That would be disappointing. So it like almost makes me focus so hard when the music kicks in. You know that meme of the person who's like sitting back in their chair with a controller? And then they sit up with the controller. It's like, that's me, man. When the music kicks in like that, I'm like, all right, time to get serious. It even happens in Vintage Story, which isn't a game that has that type of stuff. But like for me, since my favorite soundtrack is the Arctic one, when that music kicks in the Arctic, during my Arctic challenge, I was like... I was very much like, man, things are kind of dragging on. You know, it's been a long time of me just wandering through snow and ice. Maybe I'll only play for an hour. That soundtrack would kick in, I'd be like, I'm sold. I'm good. Keep playing. I can play for another 2 hours. I just heard the best soundtrack the game has to offer. Like, I get super passionate about that type of stuff. Performance inducing anxiety inducing instead. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's sort of like that's like a thing for like certain comedians and stuff too, or things like this with live streaming is can you build off of an audience? Do you get nervous when you're in front of something, or like there's an expectation of you, or do you just go with it? You just take what you have and you go with it, knowing that you can't really fail. You're gonna do what you're gonna do. If you do wrong, then at least make it funny or whatever, make it entertaining, you know, something like that. For me, that's sort of what the music does for me. Is like it gets so intense that I'm like, just roll with it. It's like I get anxiety too, but not so bad that it literally affects my performance of the game. It's like, oh man, they're like cheering me on with the soundtrack. I gotta do it. Like, it's like I take all that and I channel that into just like, I have to do this. It's such a weird thing, but I don't know, it like inspires me more than it makes me anxious. I'm still anxious. But I think legitimately that's how I've first tried some of the bosses in some of the games, is because the music would kick in. I'm like, oh crap, like things are actually getting real now. The boss is probably about to do some crazy stuff since the music just got all hype. So now I have to like lock in. If the music is telling me this boss is about to get really serious, then I need to get really serious. Should have grabbed my scythe. Oh well, not planning on grass harvesting forever. I don't have any food. I'm smart and keep forgetting to grab my own food in my house. Vintage Story has a track that makes you sound like some kind of caveman. Kinda, yeah. I can't tell you which one it is, but I kind of get what you're saying with that. If I was smart, I'd remember to check my food before I leave my own house, but I never do. Goodbye, happy music. Gotta listen to the cave music for a second as I climb up my own house. But yeah, anyway, video games, fun stuff. I enjoy them, and I appreciate that everybody has their different takes on what they like about a video game and what works for them. That's what makes it so fun, is everybody has a different experience. I know for Vintage Story specifically, I've got friends that are super into like the class system of like, I'm the blacksmith, so I want to do blacksmithing. In fact, there was a guy here not too long ago where he was on a server and he was the blacksmith for his server. So he had something like, I think he said he had 5,000 iron blooms that he had to work out because he was the blacksmith, and they had health hammers and stuff, but he spent like the entire day just blacksmithing. And like that was a huge thing for him. For me, doing the same task over and over and over again would be so like monotonous that I couldn't get into that. But he enjoyed the fact that he was the blacksmith, and that like if he wanted something, he would have to like trade his ores or metals or whatever, his smith goods, for, you know, food or whatever from the farmer that they had, you know, stuff like that. I never get into that type of stuff myself. Role-playing is, like, on a video game is not usually the thing that I get into. But I can appreciate that people like that. That's how some of my friends were when they were playing Vintage Story with me, is some of them really want, like, I'm the tailor, I'll make all the clothes. But there were only, like, 4 of us, so we kind of needed more people, because they also wanted to do the story, and I'm like, if it's just me, we're not going to get to the story for a while. Because all of them were like at-home kind of classes. Like one was clockmaker, one was a farmer, because we had modded classes, and one was a tailor, and then I was the hunter. And I was like, if you guys don't help me, then this is gonna take a while. Friend sounds like a RuneScape player. Yeah, maybe. I don't really know, honestly. I do have another friend who actually does play RuneScape. He is the type of person that grinds stuff like that. Like, he also plays Final Fantasy 14, And he's one of those people that's like, yeah, I have every job maxed out, level 100, whatever. I have everything. Like, I farmed every resource. I've done everything. And I'm like, I don't know how you do that. He just enjoys that. The most amount of grinding I've ever done in a game was Destiny. And I was grinding a boss encounter for a dungeon all night. Like, it was like 9 hours trying to get a roll of a gun. But mostly, I did it because that boss fight was new and very fun. I missed what you were saying earlier. If you were Giga Smart, you move part of the food closer in a small 1x1 closet with very few food items in it. Wasn't it optimal to just dig your food storage in a 1x1x1 space? Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm gonna have a better cellar, or like, I can't even say it's a proper cellar. I was just building a room because I'm gonna put a bunch of vessels in there. I think as long as, like, I don't think it matters how much food storage vessels you have. It's just that the room that it's in has to be made out of stone. As far as I know, that's what makes it most optimal. And with it being up the mountain like that, it's actually very good because it's colder up the mountain, which means it preserves longer. Because it's colder up there more year-round. Yet another advantage of having a mountain base is your food will actually last longer. Aha! Why? That was one hell of a landslide. I hear Final Fantasy XIV ruined the jobs. They had something special with crafting there. Like genuine mini games. MMO crafting is really nice. Talk to somebody who complained about the changes in that regard. I steer clear of Final Fantasy XIV myself. I couldn't get into the world. I had some friends that were super into it. Like, I think that friend of mine who has all the jobs and everything leveled up, he plays, I think he's got like a few thousand hours into that game. And I'm not saying like that's crazy or anything. I have a few thousand hours into Destiny. It's also been out for over a decade. Destiny 2 itself has been out on PC since 2017. So almost a decade there. So like, I expect to have a ton of time in that game just due to how long it's been out. But I steer clear of Final Fantasy XIV. They tried to get me into it, but I'm not much for traditional MMOs myself. It just hasn't really worked for me. Usually they end up getting kind of old pretty quickly for me. Something about the combat and how like your character actually performs is sort of boring to me. So I personally didn't get into it too much. I tried Final Fantasy XIV though, because they were like, oh, it's like the best MMO I've ever played, because whatever, it's balanced and it's worth doing old content and whatever, and I still didn't enjoy it. For me, it was more or less, I don't like Final Fantasy XIV's world. I could not get into that. It was kind of cringy to me in a lot of ways. So yeah. But I respect that people like it, you know, it wasn't a world for me. Like, some people love chocobos. I thought they're a giant chicken, and it was kind of dumb to ride around on a giant chicken. But some people love them. They're like, it's cute, and they're so, like, whatever. Some people think they're dumb too, but, like, dumb in a cute way. And I'm like, Not for me, man. I wouldn't want to do that myself. I'm not really into having this weird ostrich bird thing as my only source of amount. Give me a horse. Or this game gives me an elk. At least that's kind of cool, because there's something druidic about that. And I've always thought druidic things were really cool, like being able to ride into combat on a giant deer-like creature, moose, elk, giant deer, whatever it happens to be. I always thought that was cool. Giant chicken or giant ostrich wasn't for me. But then they also have lots of different mounts in Final Fantasy XIV, but you have to unlock them, and there's some strange stuff like flying cars and whatever, giant fluffy poofy cat things or whatever. Like there's a lot of fun stuff like that, but I'm also kind of like bland when it comes to that type of stuff. I would probably rather have a horse than any of that. Just I don't know. I'm in a fantasy world. Horses go with knights in armor. That's how it works. That's how my brain goes. It just is immediately like, yes, knight in shining armor, horse. It's the logical companion for something like that. I love Final Fantasy XIV personally. Leveled everything, but slowly over a few years instead of grinding. Fortunately, got into fishing. Now it seems... Now I set alarms at like 4 a.m. for fishing. Oh, God. Oh, man. It's good that you are into a game like that, though. Maybe it's not good health-wise, but I'm glad that you can be happy playing a game like that, for sure. Everybody deserves to have a game that is like that for them, that they can enjoy a long, long time. I still wait patiently for the game that gives me the majestic mount of a giant leech. Also, hey Mad, how's it going? Didn't WoW have that kind of mount? I would guess. I don't play WoW either. But it would not surprise me. WoW has a lot of crazy things like that too. Never played, but the game has been out for 2 decades, so I wouldn't be surprised by this point. Exactly. That's where I'm at with it too. I'm like, yeah, I'd be more surprised if WoW didn't have crazy things like that. I ran down here to use the hammer. I need my storage moved down here. Smithing storage. I need to make more nails though, so I can just have more storage to begin with. I'll warm up. It's fine. Yeah, that's basically full, and that's basically full. So yeah, I should make some more... I should work some copper. That's what I should do. So... brown coal. I don't know how much I'm gonna need. We'll grab 4 of them. I probably won't need that many, though, for smelting down copper. Also, it'd be helpful if I actually grabbed copper nuggets. Thank you, game. Right, I don't have a fire pit down here. I guess I could replace part of the floor with, like, cobblestone or something. With the smithing parts, anyway. That's gravel. I don't have the cobblestone on me anymore? I guess I'm gonna do rammed earth, just, I don't know, cuz. And I left my crucible upstairs. Mm-hmm. So, chat, since everybody's here and has been rather chatty, what's your favorite game? If you had to narrow it down, let's say, if you really can't narrow it down to one, try 3. I'm curious what people like. I'll tell you mine, at least is what I can come up with off the top of my head. Probably Zelda Ocarina of Time, Dark Souls 2, specifically, and just because I've been playing it recently and like it so much, probably Subnautica 1 as my top 3. I know that game's in my top 5, but I'll say it as specifically in the top 3 for the sake of this argument. A close third would probably be Destiny for me. I've played that game since it came out in 2014. So, obviously, I enjoy it a lot. Just, in general, if you had to... whatever rules you want to give yourself, if it's playing for the first time, if it's just something you like to go back and replay... For me, when I think of favorite game, I typically think of replay games, like games I always go back and play again over and over. Something I have a large hour count in, but it could be like the best experience you ever had for a first playthrough. Could be something like that. Playing again with zero knowledge about it would be Prey Moon Crash, the game you were talking about earlier. Alright. Optimal if you have just 2 days to live. So you're thinking, sounds like basically you could beat that game in 2 days. Final Fantasy XIV Okami, then maybe RimWorld. Interesting. I got another friend who's really into RimWorld. I can see how you'd spend a lot of time with RimWorld for sure. Ah, my floor is falling out from underneath me. That's okay. Just gotta get the magic pixel, and it should be fixed for now. Once I get tired of a game, it's basically dead to you. See, I replay games all the time. If I get tired of it, I'll just go play a different game that I haven't replayed in a long time. Very strong recommend is Against the Storm. You mastered it 3 times. Interesting. It changed it 3 times and shifted the balance around. Doesn't overstay its welcome. Against the Storm is also a roguelike, but it's a colony management game that's meant to last 30-ish minutes per map, or way more if you really want it to last. Huh. Against the Storm. Let me look that up. I've never played Okami Cat, but I know a lot of people like Okami. Rimworld. That's a colony management thing too, from what I remember of it. But I did watch a friend play some of that, and it was very, I don't know if she was playing with mods or not, but it was interesting. Against the Storm's a dark fantasy city builder. Don't want sound, please. Apocalyptic Rains. Reclaim wilderness secure for future civilizations. Last survivors. Interesting. Huh. I'll put it on my wish list. Why not? Rimworld is typically played with a ton of mods. Yeah, that was kind of my understanding of it too, because when she was playing it, she was like, yeah, I got like all these other mods that does all the, does all these special things. I'm like, oh, so seems like a game that you heavily mod just because, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. Vintage Story is kind of one of those worlds. It's typically played with a ton of mods because people have different things that they like or don't like. Features that they want to have. This world in particular is vanilla because I'm playing through the story and don't want to make the story too easy or too hard just because I have some mod on. I want to learn the mechanics of the game. Even if it's a mechanic I've done a million times at this point, I don't want to add mods to it because I want to stay true to my original like idea for this playthrough, which was no mods, completely vanilla, no map. Just so that I can experience everything. And because I've done it so much, it doesn't even bother me that, like, there's better ways of doing, like, tree cutting. Some people have, mods that help you with tree harvesting and farming and that type of stuff. It's like, I don't need to worry about it because I understand the vanilla mechanics. Maybe I'll add something like that in a different world next time I play. But that was the thing about my YouTube challenges too, is they were supposed to be vanilla because, like, what is it like in the game currently if you try to, live in a world like just the Arctic? If I get mods that alter that, there's nothing wrong with that, but at the same time, like, it just feels like, I don't know, like, maybe you don't get the value, because, like, some people get stuff that's like, oh, there's now like these special berry bushes that are found in the Arctic. It's like, well, cool, I guess, but that will significantly make your game easier because of the fact that it's now a more reliable, more abundant food source. Which is why I didn't want to do that. Stacked some perk stuffs on my city map or whatever you call it, and had a setup where I could play map infinitely and kept going. That's cool. I do get the there's like a fun part of like mastering a game to a point where you just kind of mess with like either the AI or you kind of abuse the game. Oh, this stuff is molten. Yes, still molten. Almost forgot about my own copper. When I was a kid, I used to play StarCraft 1, and I would build custom maps that were very much designed for you to just have a base and live there the entire time, because I didn't like having to go travel for resources. And then I would play against AI on even hard difficulties, but because I would build them in like segmented like island type of maps or something like that, I would just have like a ton of defenses and mega turtle as hard as I possibly could in these custom maps against the AI. And I would have like super, like, I would have like as many AI opponents as I possibly could have. And it got to a point where I would pick Protoss only because in StarCraft 1 they have a mind control unit that allows you to corrupt the builder units of the other two races. So I would build a Protoss base, super defend it, you know, turtle that out, and then I would go and I would steal the builder unit for the other two races and build maximum bases there too. And then I would just mess with all the AI. I would never really win. I mean, eventually I would, but like I had a game going one time that was like 3 days long. That was with sleep and meal breaks and whatever else I had to do in real life, obviously. But it was like 3 days long because I would like go mess with the AI and I'd be like, I'm gonna take out your base, all but one builder. And then I'd watch them rebuild, and as the enemy AI would come to finish them off, I'd stop them and let the AI that I totally messed up rebuild just so that I could knock them back down again. Or if there was an AI that was like an underdog, I would love to play God and just like defend them and let them win. I always did that type of stuff. It's just, that was how I totally messed with them. And that's not how you're meant to play an RTS, but I very much enjoyed getting to a point where I was in such power that I got to determine who won the game. Very fun. I hate that most people use mods to make Vintage Story significantly less of a challenge, thus make it just so much less special. Yeah, that's a thing too, is like I appreciate that people can play Vintage Story how they want. The only thing, like, for me, the mods I would want to get are like quality of life things that make things maybe easier, but also more technical. So like there's a quarry mod that lets you get stone. It would help you gather stone easier, but the way that they allow you to gather stone, it takes investment and work. You don't just get more stone. Or like stone, I mean like the rock blocks, not the stone bits. It's like, that is fun in its own way. It's different. I wouldn't say it's really easier or harder. In the long run, it's probably easier because you don't have to honeycomb method the entire wall. But you still have to have, because I think they have like splitting joints or something like that. I don't really know. I haven't played with it, but I've heard it's really good. So like, that's a type of mod that I would be interested in personally too. Okay, it's about 2 in the morning, so it's still dark. I should make a better bed, honestly. I have enough flax fiber for it, and I should honestly... I'm getting frame drops looking this direction, and I heard some landslides, so I'm gonna guess that something caused a massive landslide. I can't see that way anyway. I figured 2 in the morning would be too dark. So let's do some tailor things. Why not? I need to repair my armor because it's getting pretty low, and I've got tons of flax fibers. So let's just do some stuff with flax. Oops, that's not what I wanted. There we go. No, still not. There we go. There we go. Like that. That's probably enough. We'll see. That had to be put in a specific way. I thought it was just, or, oh, wait a minute. Do you just add it? No, you don't just add it. How the heck does it work? Oh, it takes plain cloth to repair. I'm dumb. I don't know why. Oh, it was showing for the other armor. Okay, yeah. I got it. It's good to have plain cloth on hand anyway. There we go. Repaired. Advantage Tailor, having good armor, easy to repair. Wait, oh, it will only ever repair once, I guess. Wait, click the wrong spot. There we go, looking better, not so damaged now. I did some BS like that in Age of Mythology. I do want to get that I think it's a remake or whatever, remaster of Age of Mythology that came out, I think it was last year. I want to get that. I've never played Age of Mythology, but I played Age of Empires. Definitely want to do that. Made zoos for enemy eyes. Gave them like a tower defense exits they poured their armies into. Instant Storm, Prey 2017, reward you for being clever. That's like the main thing why I recommend those two. I think Mooncrash does it better than the base game, because they got to make it more akin to the original design. The space station supposedly had to have like random hazards, but I guess they didn't get to making it that way in the base game. Mr. Richie Rich having cloth. Funny how cloth feels more valuable than gold. Yeah, I basically grew only flax as my grain, which is why my food is so bad. But because of that, I have like 1,000, or like was like 1,080 flax fibers. Yeah, and I need linen squares and boards for the better bed. Don't I have... I mean, I have boards here. That's not what I was looking for. Is it 2 each? Hang on. Bed. Yeah, it's 2 each. I'll use the plain cloth to fix my armor up in the future, I'm sure. Because unless I'm... why am I doing that? I need another... like that. Unless I'm, like, going into dungeons, the only other armor I have on me is, steel plate. Which, again, rich person thing to have, but... that's the only other armor I really use, because the... what is it? Tailored Gambeson? Yeah. That stuff is just good on its own. And even though it makes me hungry all year round, I don't care as much. Because I can usually combat the hunger. Should make tailor kits too. I think most of my gear is good. Maybe it's not. It's not. Okay, yeah, let's make some tailor kits. Yeah, you make tailor kits with the cloth again, so we'll just grab another stack. Do this. And isn't it... you turn it into a sheet like that, and then that... no, it's 4 and then a stick. Okay, that's easy. 4, and then a stick. We'll just take those real quick. And probably repair the fur armor, repair the cape, repair the shirt. Should probably repair those trousers. And the glasses, I mean, they don't give me any insulation really, so I don't care as much. Not that I have a shortage of flax fibers, I still have 800. But honestly, I don't feel like repairing those because it doesn't really make sense to. At least in my opinion. I still play the old one, the OG version of Age of Mythology Titans. Runs with us, just play that instead. Voice acting is worse in the new one. Campaign mission you're meant to lose because there's OP regenerating Titan destroying your settlement and you have to go to a spot and skate. I set my dudes to island part of the map and just make gatherers farm. Evade the Titan while stripping the land clean. That's very fun. I love when you can mess with that in RTSs. I love that type of stuff in RTSs. One of the reasons why they're kind of one of my favorite genres. If I had to say in my top 5 of games, why am I stuck in my door? If I had to say in my top 5 of games, StarCraft 1 would definitely be up there because I like RTSs so much, and that was the first one I ever played. I like it a lot. A very, very good game for 1998 and still holds up pretty well, even with the AI. Do I let me double check. I feel like I might have extra nails. Maybe I used them all. I could have sworn I might have extra nails, though, up here somewhere. No. Why do I have sticks in here? Did I accidentally move them in here? Okay. I don't think I would have put them up there for any reason, so I don't have extra nails. Fine. Let's make... We'll just work 2 ingots. Not scales. Nails. 4 pieces smelt into 1 copper ingot. So 1 copper ingot makes 4 of them? Or is it 1 makes 2? I don't remember. Let's just do 1. If it's inefficient, it's inefficient. I very rarely make nails. I mean, it's one of the more common things that you make once you get into smithing, but I just don't make them on a regular enough basis to remember. Wait, it might be 2. I'm gonna do 2. It's fine. Age of Mythology mission design-wise was way ahead of its time. I heard that it's really, really good, too. Like, that's the thing why I want to get it, is because there are people that swear it's, like, it's super, like, underrated, because, like, some people were like, oh, Age of Empires, you have the people, and it's the soldiers and the army composition, then Age of Mythology had, like, the gods and their powers and all that other stuff, and people apparently didn't like that, or some people didn't. But then people who liked Age of Mythology were like, that's the best part, or whatever, you know, like... So I want to play it because I do think I like that type of stuff. In general, RTSs are just very fun to me. Another fun one that's old, but still is fun in its own way is Rise of Nations. I think that was made by some of the same people before they made Age of Empires. Rise of Nations is a very good game. If you can get into old RTSs. The map editor for StarCraft 1 is weaker than Warcraft 3. Yeah, I mean, StarCraft 1 was 1998 and Warcraft 3 was 2006, 4, something like that. So, yeah, I mean, it is. I don't even know if StarCraft 2 had a map editor. It's 1 copper ingot for the nails, okay. I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to have extra nails. So, I might as well. Why did I do that? I just wasted copper. Whatever, it's fine. I chose the 1 nail recipe, then stacked 2 ingots on it. I'm just not thinking today. Well, I guess I won't have to worry too much about, manipulating the voxels, because I'm just dumb. But that's okay. Oh well. Rip. It's fine. Copper's not that hard of a resource to go get. It sucks, though, that you can't be like, wait, no, I want to change the recipe. So now this is all just wasted, because I did too many for the wrong recipe. Oh well. We all make mistakes in the heat of passion, Jimbo. I got excited about smithing and upgrading my base and didn't think about it. fine. You played Rise of Nations, Cat? I'm glad that somebody else knows that game. Because I feel like it's not very well known. I didn't know about it until a friend of mine showed it to me, 10 years ago or so. What the heck, game? Come on. I don't want to place the blocks there. But yeah, I didn't know about it for a long time, and then he got it for me because it was, you know, we were younger and didn't have a ton of money, and he was like, this game's good, and runs on old computers because it's an old game, and I played it, and I was like, actually, it is surprisingly very good. Need more boards. Dang. Whoopsie. I don't have 8 there, so I have to grab another wood. Saw. No, wait, I want that. Saw goes there. Okay, that will bother me if it's like that. I can't break the bloomery yet, though. So we'll store stuff in this one, and then move that over there once we get that settled. This will be just for smithing things. Imagine if he had Dark Souls boss music while metalworking. Rise of Nations is like new age RTS. Battleforge is a different type of RTS, but it's still cool. I don't know anything about Battleforge. Never heard of it, honestly. Be nice if you could chip away the extra metal bits and forge them back into ingots. So there is Smithing Plus that lets you do that, where if you had extra bit, like chipping the voxel would give you a bit or something like that. You could customize how much you got. It still would have been a loss, but I would have gotten like probably 16 of the 20 bits from an ingot back from doing that. But oh well. There's a mod to make tools resmeltable. Smithing Plus also let you repair stuff too. You would just heat up the tool head and then you would add voxels to it. Apparently it got weaker the more times you repaired it though. Supreme Commander is also very great. I've heard of Supreme Commander, never played it though. Base experience is not balanced, but it's also very cool. You get mega weapons and units that are basically like Titans from Age of Mythology. But it's about space robots with nukes and dome-type shields. Battle for Middle-earth is another great RTS. Fun part was making Broken Hero in it. Yeah, Battle for Middle-earth I have heard about. I think my friend has it. He's a much bigger Lord of the Rings fan than I am. I like Lord of the Rings. I just didn't... Like, I somehow missed out on, like, all the content. We never owned the movies. I never had any of the games when I was growing up that came out. Like, there was a Lord of the Rings, like, game that was kind of like, kind of like classic Star Wars Battlefront. And, like, he had that, and he had a couple of the other ones, but I never owned them. I just missed all that stuff, apparently. But I like Lord of the Rings stuff. I like, Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, and Shadow of War, even if it's not exactly lore accurate. Doesn't bother me as much because I didn't get super into that lore, but I can see why people were not super happy about it. But, I still enjoy those games. Very, very fun games to play, even if they're not exactly lore accurate. There's something to be said about being able to teleport and slice an orc's head off in a very fluid motion. Had a lot of fun with Supreme Commander 2. Older brother likes RTS games, so you played a lot of the ones that you guys had. Nice. I remember that Warcraft 3, I got into that because a cousin of mine had it, but he was like older than me. He was more, I have an elder cousin who's kind of like a brother to me in terms of age and stuff, and he lived nearby, so we saw each other all the time. But there was this other cousin who was like, what the heck? Okay, well, I couldn't tell that that was doing the thing. Hopefully that didn't burn the thing. Is that igniting things? That looks like it's igniting things. I might lose all that if I don't break that. I think I done messed up. I hope not. We're just gonna... I think it might... I don't know. Please don't burn the whole pile. Might be burning the whole pile. You know what? Can I save it? Yeah, the whole thing is on fire. Whoopsie. Don't do that. Save the wood. 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 Ah. I thought it was done. Apparently it wasn't. Good save. Yeah, I legitimately thought that it was done doing what it was doing. So... usually I pay more attention for the, like, charcoal smoke that you would see. But I just didn't. I was talking, was not paying attention, and nearly lost it all. Tis fine. So, what was I saying? I don't think I finished my thought. I was playing Warcraft 3 at a cousin's house, and it was like extended family cousins, so I didn't know them that well, but they had it installed on the computer. I got instantly hooked, so like I kind of relate with you, Kat, on that, as that's how I got into some of my RTSs too. StarCraft 1 I got into because my uncle bought it for me for like Christmas one year when I was young. I think it was like 9 or 10 or something. It was well after that game had come out. But apparently he had played it and liked it. I don't really know how he got it for me, but he did. Like, I don't know what caused him to buy it for me, but he did, so... very appreciative of that, because it got me hooked into StarCraft, and I played the hell out of that game. Custom games, like, that's the fun part about Warcraft 3. I like the campaign of Warcraft 3 because I like the story of Warcraft. But, like, the custom games were super fun, too. That's how you got MOBAs and stuff like that. Warcraft 3 spawned an entire genre of video game because of the custom maps. Hey, there's a pig out here. Alright, I'm gonna go get more larchwood and then make more fences and see if I can herd my animals into my new, like, fenced-in location that I built a couple days ago. This larch mountain won't have larches for much longer if I keep going up here. But that's okay. I'm moving them closer. I'm moving all the seeds closer to my base. I've got like 10 trees or something growing down in the field by me. They're picky anyway. Larches don't like to repopulate. Your new Warcraft 3 CD key works to get the new version. Do you mean the remastered version? Because, I think I don't know. I have Warcraft 3, the new version, the remastered version. And I'm pretty sure they stopped the CD key thing. Because you had to do it within, like, the first couple of years of that coming out or something. I don't remember. I have it, though. I think I bought it because I couldn't find my original CD key because I had moved several times over the last few years, and so it was like, well, that's backwards. I moved several times in the course of my life. That's not the last few years. And because of that, stuff got thrown into boxes and put somewhere and left at other people's houses, so I think I just rebought it. It was worth it. It was a fun game. Yeah, you can thank Blizzard's map editor for that being as good as it was to spawn so many games off of it. There was like one of those like YouTube essays where somebody was like talking about that, where they were like, oh, if you want to have a successful RTS, you should build a really good map editor. And, like, to some extent, I agree. But their argument was, like, Warcraft 3 had a good map editor, and that's why people that's why Warcraft 3 was super successful. And I'm not gonna say no, it definitely was due to some of that, obviously. But I also think it was a good RTS, and RTSs at the time were popular, and now they're a less popular genre because, well, you can't season pass the hell out of them like you can about everything else. I mean, I'm sure you can. They did for StarCraft 2 a little bit, try to do, like, not really a season pass thing, but they had heroes you could purchase and whatever. But StarCraft 2 is fantastic. Especially the co-op campaigns. Very, very fun. I played the hell out of that with a friend just a couple years ago. Because they give you custom units and custom heroes for that too. So, like, if you know anything about StarCraft's world, they have, like, Alexei Stukov, which is a human that's been infested with the Zerg virus. He's an infested human. And because of that, he becomes a general and controls his own faction of mutated human Zerg units for everything. Like, every single unit is a hybrid of Terran and Zerg. He doesn't get any default Zerg units. So it's very fun to have, like, an infestation faction that didn't exist in the campaign and still doesn't. But for co-op, they had custom levels where you would co-op and he had whatever, and I got really big into him because it was very fun. RTS people have brains that are highly employable and thus the genre died out. Maybe. I don't know. Haven't heard anything about that, but I guess it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, it's a shame that RTSs aren't as big as they used to be. There was, God, I always forget the name of the game, but there were people that apparently were some of, like, part of the original team behind StarCraft 2 or something that made an RTS that is StarCraft-like. What is it called? I always want to say it's Heroes of the Storm, but I know it's not because that's the MOBA, right? So is it called? It's free right now, but also it has negative reviews because people... Apparently there was like a GoFundMe campaign for it, and then they were promised that they would get the full... They would get the full game when it released, and then these people started charging them for individual campaigns even after they had supported the game and said that they were going to get it for free, so it was like a whole thing. What the heck is it called? I have it in my Steam list. Let me look real quick. I've not played it myself, so I can't really weigh in on any of that, but I know it's in here somewhere. Stormgate, that's what it's called. That's why I keep thinking it's Heroes of the Storm, because it's called Stormgate. Yeah, it's got mostly negative reviews and everything because basically it's free, but not free. What's the most recent review for it? Here's this review. Playing the game is boring and not enjoyable, yet this person has 38 hours in it, so it's hard for me to already believe that, because 38 hours is a significant amount of time to put into a game that you don't like. Does it live up to the hype they wanted it to be? No. This is a different review, but they have 108 hours. Does it live up to the hype that they wanted it to be? No. Did they deliver on the promises? No. But it's a free-to-play RTS game that has shown that they are trying to listen to the player base and build something new. Is it better than StarCraft 2 or Warcraft 3? No. But it's trying, evolving, and Blizzard has been skating on the same iteration of StarCraft 2 for 16 years. And they've all but publicly stated their abandonment of RTS, so, you know, we got this game. So basically what it was... If you didn't back them originally and didn't spend money, what you get for free and what you pay for now is fine. It's just not going down as one of the best RTSs in history. According to that person. And that's somebody I'm more inclined to listen to because it seems to be a little bit more mild. They're just honest about it. They're like, is it worth if you like supported it? Because they're like, I did. No. Is it worth it, or like, is it better than these other RTSs that they were trying to dethrone? No. Like, they're flat out saying it's not this amazing super game, but at the same time, what you get out of it is good. So, I don't know. I want to play it. It is free, but I did hear something about campaigns being locked behind some purchases for whatever, and so, we'll see. I'm not planning on purchasing any games for a little while yet, so I probably won't play it until I have some money so that if I do want to spend money on a campaign, then I'll have the money for it. That game felt really generic. Maybe giving Beyond All Reason is worth a try. it's also totally free, way less hype, but it seems to be actually community driven and not bought and paid for by investors. Technically impressive too. 64 player max. Yeah, that is crazy to have that level. Like, so what that person was saying sounds somewhat mostly true. Like, yeah, it's not it's gonna shine in other ways that it doesn't compared to the you know, the big RTSs. It's not going to dethrone Warcraft 3 or StarCraft, which it's supposed to basically dethrone StarCraft 2. And they're like, it's not going to, but, you know, it is impressive in its own ways. So, I don't know. I think it's worth a shot. I'm just going to wait on it for a while myself. As someone who loves StarCraft 2, I would love to see what that's like. And in general, I have, like I said, my expectations for games are generally a bit, like, low. Not because I've been burned so much, but because it doesn't take much to appease me for that type of stuff. You know, for me, my game expectations are typically like, is it fun? Even people didn't like Halo Wars back when that came out, and I haven't played Halo Wars 2 yet, and I want to, but they won't sell it on Steam. They sell it on the Microsoft Store, and I'm with my friend on this. Every time it feels like you're gonna buy something on a different platform, they release it on Steam the moment you do. So we've been saying that for like 8 years now. But anyway, for like Halo Wars, I loved Halo Wars. The only problem I had with Halo Wars is that the Flood is a faction that you battle against, but there wasn't a campaign for them, and there wasn't a way to play them in like free-for-all skirmish modes against bots. The Covenant is a faction that doesn't have a campaign in that game, but they also do allow you to play them in the skirmish modes. So, like, that kind of made up for it. Everybody was like, it'd be cool if the Covenant had a campaign, though, to go along with them. But other than that, that's all I could say, is I think it was pretty good. It felt pretty balanced and very fun. And balanced in a chaotic way. So, like, you had some of the commanders for the humans. I'm not a big Halo person, so I always forget the actual name of the faction. Like USNC or something like USMC. I mean, MC is Marines in actual, like, US stuff. But anyway, playing as them, there was a general that could drop a basically giant bomb, and he could drop, I think, 3 or 4 of them at a time before having a cooldown. And so, like, each one had a cooldown, but if you just held on to him, you could just blast a base. But then on the other side is one of the Covenant leaders, the Prophet of Regret, would allow you to make, if you sacrificed all other units, you could make 2 Scarabs, which are bigger than most bases. And they fire a giant, like, charge-up laser that would just melt through everything and have super long range. So if you had 2 of them, you just couldn't be touched. But that's loosely saying you could be touched. It's just often that the AI wouldn't have the means to fight you. Very, very, very fun. There's another fantasy type RTS with really generic and forward name. Really nice flowing UI where you can view and see what units are being built, and it looked like less generic Stormgate, but with like fantasy direction. Shame it got a crap name, so I can't remember what it's called or when it's coming out. As long as you know that Master Chief is John Halo himself, you know enough. But like Supreme Commander 1, judging by the Scarab story, I've heard good things about Supreme Commander, so like I kind of want to try it. think I've basically got everything I want for smithing stuff. Just gotta move that down to the other container now. I think I'll try to herd my animals in their pens and then call it good for today. But that'll be in the next day, so I just am gonna organize some materials real quick and build a bunch of fences while I wait. I got tons of sticks, so it shouldn't be hard to make fences. I need to go grab food while I'm thinking about it. Supreme Commander 2 toned down the BS units because it was meant to be a balanced PvP game. Supreme Commander 1 got love from the community. 2 has balance patches and its own matchmaking as far as I've heard. Interesting. I will definitely look more into Supreme Commander. See, this is how I get games, is I usually trust, like, other people and less about, like, the reviews you see on, like, Steam or something. I never trust critic reviews. Because, like I said, I'm typically a person that has pretty low standards for things, so critic reviews are like, this is awful, and this is whatever, like... Oh, I'm out of food. Right. Yikes. Well, eat flax grain and don't question it. Wasn't I grinding up more? I was. Okay, that's what I was doing. I remember that I was making more flour. Okay, so I don't have to wait that long. But yeah, that's how I get into games, because, so, legitimately, I was watching the Warcraft movie that came out in 2016, and, like, that has, it's about a 7 out of 10 from most people in terms of reviews. It's an okay movie. I like it a lot. I think it was better than that. I think it's more like an 8 out of 10 myself. Because I think they did the Warcraft universe very, very well in that movie. But reading critic reviews, one person gave it like a 0.5 out of 5. Another person gave it like a 4 out of 10. And their things about it were like, it's very colorful, it's very cartoonish, and the CGI is rampant. And I'm like, it's World of Warcraft. It's meant to be a flashy, like, crazy like world. It's not supposed to be realistic in any way. And they're like, maybe for fans of the Warcraft series or World of Warcraft games, you know, you would you know, appreciate it more, but as somebody who's going into it blind, you know, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, I don't think the movie is made for people that don't have a connection to Warcraft. I'm not saying that it shouldn't, but I ultimately do not believe that that movie was designed for anyone other than the community behind Warcraft. So, you know, it's like, that's for me, I thought it did great in terms of that type of stuff. I do have Against the Storm, by the way, on my wish list. I will look into that at some point. Look into, like, YouTube playthroughs or something. I thought it didn't go far enough. Who do they think the movie is aimed at? I know, right? It should have been animated movie, like, grim dark fantasy look, not live action, like realism. The realism part of it hurt it. Yeah, almost. I would say that. I could almost say that too. Like, I don't know. They, like, one of the critics was like, it's really hard to tell which orc is a good orc and which one's bad. I'm like, they literally color the bad ones in green. What do you mean? You got the, like, the tan orcs and you've got the green orcs. And the whole plot of the movie is the fact that there's this evil green magic that the green orcs have that the tan ones don't. And they're being manipulated, and this magic is evil. It makes you stronger at the cost of life and all this other stuff. Like, it's green. How can you not tell? Hey, Don, what's going on? Yeah, we're just talking about, like, games and stuff right now. Currently talking about World of Warcraft, or Warcraft the games, and the movie that was associated with it. It's like literally in the movie they give the green orcs or they give the orcs that have the Fel, which is the evil magic that the Guardian himself in the movie gets exposed to, and he becomes evil. Like, they turn them green in the movie. Now, I don't know the lore. I don't know the lore as well as, you know, some people. I played Warcraft 3, and I've, like, looked up a little bit of stuff about Warcraft 1 and 2. Never played them. They did come out with remasters of those, but I don't own those. So, you know, I never really, I'm not super into it. I can't tell you what's right and wrong exactly, but I can tell you plot-wise, they very clearly do show you which ones are good and bad. You know, so... do I stream every day or do I have a schedule? I'm scheduled for Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday and Wednesdays are 4 to 7 p.m. Eastern time. So we're approaching the end of the stream today. And then Wednesdays are from noon to 3. Crap, I did not want to grab that bread. Oh well. It's from noon to 3 Eastern time, US. Because I've got some people that like to watch me over in Europe, and I do stuff Wednesday evenings, so I figured I'd have an early stream for my European friends, so that they're not up till, I think, when I start my stream, some people, it's like 9 p.m. for them, so, yes, I do have scheduled streams. I've been streaming for a while on Twitch, but less than a year. And this is starting to sound like a bot conversation, so please do not solicit or anything like that. Lest you be flagged by the bot and be banned permanently. And I'm only throwing that out there as a warning, because I've dealt with this a number of times. Don't do it. I'm warning you. Playfully. If you're legitimately asking questions, I'm sorry, but you get burned a lot when you're a small streamer, so just don't. Like complaining about a Pokemon movie is too unrealistic when the designs are too colorful. My friend, what were you expecting? Exactly, Kat. I'm with you there. The red ones, so yeah, in like Warcraft 3, the red ones were the ones that were tainted by demon blood. I think it was, because that was the thing about Warcraft 3, is that was the plot of the orcs. Well, it was about the Burning Legion, and the orcs were supposed to herald them in, but didn't, and the undead started doing that, and then some of the orcs gave into that, but, I want to say in, like, I don't know about Warcraft 1 and 2, or World of Warcraft, but maybe orcs weren't all green all the time. Because it talks about, the movie talks about Gul'dan, which was, I think, a Warcraft 1 or 2 thing. It was before Warcraft 3, because in Warcraft 3 you find Gul'dan and the skull of Gul'dan and all this other stuff, like references to him, but you don't see him in his true power or anything like that. They only talk about him, so I can't tell you where it comes from, but they didn't have red-skinned orcs. They had tan and green, and the ones that had the Fel magic that Gul'dan gave them turned green. And that was supposed to be the evil. Maybe they got it wrong, maybe they didn't. I'm, you know, not too far into it. Is that how I call everybody that shows up on my channel a bot? It's just the words you choose, man. I mean, I'm not judging you at all. I'm just saying be careful, because I do have stuff in place. Not trying to insult you, just be careful, okay? I have triggers for very specific wording. And I've seen these conversations come in where people come in and they're like, oh, do you like to stream this game? And do you stream very often? And how long have you streamed? Those types of things eventually lead into these bot conversations. So this is not me trying to offend you in any way. This is me trying to warn you that you can get flagged by it, because I had to deal with it so many times, it might trigger those flags. I appreciate you asking in earnest. I'm just warning you that that's the stuff I've had to do. Auto-moderated stuff. Just because it gets really bad. If you don't have that, you get hounded by people that follow you, tell you they followed you, and then end up advertising like, I'm an artist, would you like to, you know, do this? Would you like to do that? They always try to get money out of you at the end of it, or something else. So, just warning you, that's how the conversation is sounding, so it could get flagged. Nothing against you. They drank demon blood and made them stronger. Yeah, that was the thing for the orcs in Warcraft 3. They lost control of themselves. That's because, like, the demon blood reactivated the demon blood they had from the past or something. They didn't even show that in the movie. It was all about this fell magic stuff in Gul'dan. So I you know, like I said, I'm so out of the loop on that one. That was all. Gul'dan was before I got into the Warcraft universe. I got into the Warcraft universe when they were talking about Arthas and making him the Lich King. That was cool as hell. That was my favorite stuff about that. What's your maiden middle name? Just curious. What's the name of your first pet? What's... Yeah, butt cheeks. That's... It kind of turns into that type of stuff. If you don't mind, can you share me your next milestone for streaming? See, like, a question like that is weird. My next milestone is to become an affiliate, but if you start talking about how you can make me an affiliate, you're gonna trigger the bot. I've had people do that before. What are your goals to be affiliate? Boom. Instantly kicked out. Be very careful. This next batch of bread is not going to bake without me reheating the ovens a bit more. Which is fine, because I've got some partial heated up bread. I'm just giving fair warning to people who do that. Having dealt with that stuff. Gul'dan is not Warcraft 3. Gul'dan is... He has to be before that, because Warcraft 3 is focusing more on Thrall and the orcs for the base campaign for Reign of Chaos. It's about Thrall going to Kalimdor and trying to find a new home for his people. He was called there by the Prophet, which ends up being the Guardian Medivh, who's trying to ally the humans, the orcs, and the Night Elves against the Burning Legion. And then the DLC, they didn't even have an orc campaign, really. They had you follow like a Beastmaster campaign. It was a campaign, but it wasn't really like, not like traditional campaign like the other ones, because Frozen Throne followed Arthas getting weaker, the Lich King under threat by Illidan, and Arthas and Illidan eventually having to fight it out. You start as the Night Elves trying to capture Illidan, and he gets away, and then you play as the Blood Elves instead of the humans, and they join Illidan, and then you play as the undead trying to help Arthas not lose his title as Lich King, and he executes Illidan. Gul'dan is talked to and found in the Night Elf campaign for the DLC. He's like on an island, stranded on an island, and the hero of that campaign that you mostly play as, she says like, you did some terrible things and you should be, basically you should be suffer for what you've done. But they never show everything he did. It was more focused on the Undead Scourge and the fall of the Human Alliance. Let's see. Isn't it? I don't think he dies yet. I think, don't you run into him on the Isle in the expansion? Because Maiev runs into... No, wait. No, you don't see how he died. You do see how he died. That's not him. You run into a different guy who served him or something, and they do flashbacks. Because, yeah, you're with the whole Tomb of Sargeras and stuff, which Sargeras is like a character, too, that I don't know anything about. It was before my time. I'm pretty sure Gul'dan had to be Warcraft 2, or maybe even 1, because Warcraft 1, I believe, is called Orcs and Humans or something like that, which is what the movie is called, and then Warcraft 2 is called Tides of Darkness, and I have it actually right now. Never played Warcraft 2, but the person who gave me Diablo had Warcraft 2, but I didn't get that game from him. He gave me the book. And so I remember flipping through Tides of Darkness, the book, and reading about how, like, there are demon orcs and, like, there's death knights that work for the orc faction. Because Warcraft 3 tried to, you know, split the orcs up from the undead, which was the evil faction, because the undead was being controlled by the demons. Which even then, by the end of it, by the end of Warcraft 3, they make the undead almost sound like a victim as well. Because the Lich King was supposed to be, or was, imprisoned by the demons of the Burning Legion, or whatever the heck. And you rebel against them. So not necessarily they're good, but they're also, like, not... Like, the Lich King was being controlled or something, and Arthas wearing the crown, making him the Lich King, broke the chains. Or something like that. So... that's the summary that I remember. The stuff about Gul'dan, though, that's how I know Gul'dan, is they mentioned, like, there's the Skull of Gul'dan or something as an item that I think Illidan in the base Night Elf campaign consumes that makes him turn into his demon form, and that's how they justify the Demon Hunter hero in that game. And how he has the metamorphosis that turns him into a demon. And WoW, I never played WoW. Like, the only reason why I want to play WoW is because I want to experience more of the story. I do want to play Warcraft 1 and 2, and they did do graphic remasters of them, but they still play like a really, really, really old RTS. And as somebody who played Age of Empires 1, like, probably 5 years ago for the first time, and that came out in, like, 97? Age of Empires 1 is hard to play. The AI is very bad. It's funny, but it's very bad. It's very old. Age of Empires 2 fixed all that, and that's why it's considered like the golden child of the Age of Empires series, because it just took one and improved it in every way. According to people who really follow that series. I can't judge it too much. I can just say that I liked Age of Empires 2 more than 1. But, I'm concerned that Warcraft 1 would have the same issues that, I'm gonna need way more boards than that, like, Age of Empires 1 would have, because I believe that came out in, like, 95? Even though that was made by Blizzard, though, so it could be better, because it was made by Blizzard, and Blizzard really made great games back then. It's a shame that the company went downhill because, God, if Blizzard could continue making the absolute gems of games that they made back in the 90s and early 2000s, they'd be one of my favorite companies minus all the drama that happened with them, which is very sad. I wish that we didn't have to deal with that, but we do. People can't keep their hands off each other. Disappointing. Ruin a great game studio just because people are animals. That should be late enough. Now I can work on the animal farm and get that stuff moved in. I don't feel good recommending Warcraft 1. I might have missed what you were saying because I went on a mini rant there. People should take ownership over proper effort. Oh, maybe recommending Blizzard or Blizzard games. People should take ownership over proper effort to remaster while maintaining the original vision because it could be cool, like Morrowind project. Morrowind is too unfinished. People rebuilt the community over the years. Missing parts, that is, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna someday own the remasters of Warcraft 1 and 2 just so that I can experience the story. And at some point, like I said, I wanna get into World of Warcraft just because I want to experience more stuff. Like, there's a whole thing in Warcraft, I believe it's Warcraft 3's DLC, the Frozen Throne, where they have some, like, mercenary heroes that you can hire, and you've got, like, the Pandaren or whatever, where there's, like, the Brewmaster guy that you can play as, and, like, I know one of the expansions for Warcraft was, like, the Tales of Pandaria or something like that. I'm like, I know nothing about this race other than they were like an extra mercenary hero faction that you could have. And in some of my skirmishes with AI, instead of making my own heroes, I would just buy the mercenary ones so I could play with the fun abilities, which were either stolen from the pools of other heroes or were like more unique in their own way. Because even in the Frozen Throne Undead campaign, you got to play as the Dark Ranger, which had the mind control ability, Charm. And so, like, in those skirmish missions against AI, I would sometimes pick the Dark Ranger so that I could mind control the enemy AI and get those units for myself. It's also the same reason why I would play the Undead, because they had the Banshee, which was also a mind control unit. They had the Possession ability, which let you do that. Is one block wide enough for these things? Probably not. Should probably be 2 blocks wide. Should also be careful with the snow. They might be able to jump out because you get that little height boost from the snow. Let's just get rid of that. Oh, specifically getting into WoW, your recommendation for that. I gotcha. Let's just extend this another one. That should be good enough. I don't think they'll be able to get on that. Away you go. Into the fences. Into the fences. Thank you. The pigs are just gonna be pigs. They're fine. they'll maybe naturally wander into here over time. I don't know. I could try to bait them in. Actually, their generation 4, is that good enough to use a lead, like a rope to lead them in? Because you can do that, can't you? I've never done that for any of my animals for my farm. I think that's old enough generation to do that, though. I should go find vines. I don't think I have any. I could also make it out of cattails, but cattails also make skips, and I'd rather save them for that. Single player experience. If WoW was a single player, oh my god, I'd be so addicted to that. Honestly, if WoW was an RTS, if there was like so many campaigns, I love the unit management. The single player, like, I guess they'd have to turn WoW into Diablo for me to like it a little bit more, because I don't like MMOs that have abilities where it's like you cast this lightning thing once every 3 seconds and it does 12 damage. And make sure you're spamming that, because if you're not, then you don't do enough damage to this thing. I just don't like that personally myself, which is why I got into Destiny, because Destiny was shoot gun. Occasionally use an ability, but mostly shoot gun or swap guns. It was never this thing of like having to hyper optimize a rotation. I mean, you can, and Destiny 2 has gotten that way now with rotations, but I've now played it for like all these years, so for me, I can get into that because I got into it when it was easy. Cities are peak though. In World of Warcraft, yeah, no, the Warcraft universe it's great. It's great. Everything about it is great. Like, the fantasy elements of it, the cities, the, like, God, old Blizzard did such amazing jobs with the cutscenes too. In Reign of Chaos, when you play as the undead, watching the cutscene of Archimonde crushing Dalaran by making a little sand, like, hologram of it and then grabbing it with his hand, like, that was so cool. Or watching at the end of the Human campaign, Arthas murder his own father. And, like, they ring all these bells, they set the atmosphere. Again, a music moment. I love that so much. I love the song that plays during that. It's very grandiose, but also melancholic at the same time. Hey, come here, boar. Follow me. Good. Stay right there. I should have led the male first, because I think the female is supposed to follow the male in terms of coding, how the AI works. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Yeah. So as long as I lead the male, she'll be fine. Okay, now I can tear down this stuff, get some of these fences back. Let's see. It doesn't feel like a proper world anymore, and that's a bit of a detractor for why it doesn't hold up. There was one StarCraft 2 tournament, like 1+ hour match, and the player mind-controlled Protoss probe and built their own motherships and stealth the Zergs. It's very fun to do that type of stuff. WoW remade as a proper open world RPG would be cool. Yeah, Arthur's murdering his father reminds a bit of how Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction cutscene played out with Marius, the guy who trailed Diablo. Yeah, no, that was Diablo 2 had great cutscenes too. Diablo 2 is one of my favorite games. Diablo 3 has great cutscenes too. It's not like they lost their touch on the cutscene department, at least not for up to Diablo 3. I've not played 4, and as far as I know, Immortals is a mobile game and doesn't have the same production value, but and nobody talks about Diablo Immortal. But Diablo 4 I heard was better after some patches and stuff. Like, apparently, from what I heard was, it was okay, but not great at launch. Then it got patched, it was really good. Then it got patched again, and people didn't like the changes. And then I think it got patched again, and people did like the changes. So, I think now it's a net positive. People like it. Can't say for certain, though. I'm missing... No, I'm not missing a gate. Okay, good. Diablo 3 had great cutscenes, but the gameplay wasn't there for me. Diablo 2 was definitely the better game of a Diablo game, but Diablo 3, I liked the cutscenes. They show, I don't remember the lady's name, but she turns into Diablo and, like, battles angels and stuff. It is a really good cutscene. They did a very good job on that front, anyway, making the cutscene look good. But in terms of the gameplay, it's definitely more of an action thing, and I don't like that as much myself. It just doesn't feel like old Diablo, where you had to be very... You had to calculate what you were gonna do, you know? It was like... I need to have this build, otherwise my character sucks and I'll have to grind for hours on end. It was less new person friendly. I struggled with that. Most people, I guess, like people who play Diablo 2 pretty regularly, like the one guy I was mentioning before, Zarfin the Loot Goblin, he apparently beats base campaign Diablo somewhere around like 30. I think I beat... no. Yeah, something like that. I think I beat Diablo in Diablo 2 at like 50 because I built a really bad paladin build. I went heavily into auras, but I went heavily into all auras, so I didn't have any backups. And you're supposed to apparently, for paladins and auras, go for just one aura, like max it out. And I started experimenting more, so yeah. And you only get the one respec, which I used because I went from, I think, hammer build to aura build. So I didn't have it again, and I just had to grind until my character got strong enough. Hey, Paladin, what's up? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that you like watching my challenge videos for sure. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry that I got on a little... I didn't see your thing. I was talking about Diablo and stuff, and was farming grass with a knife because I never remember to pick up my darn scythe, which honestly wouldn't be super helpful for this situation anyway, but... Anywho, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it for sure. My next vintage story video will not be out for a while, but I will be releasing a Subnautica video in the near future. So I hope people enjoy that one as much as they enjoy my vintage story ones. Yeah, I kind of see what you're going with there, for sure, with the cutscenes for Diablo. I can see what you're saying. It does feel a little bit, but like I was talking less about like the story of it and more about the like how good the cutscenes looked. I thought they looked really good. You know, classic Blizzard cutscenes where you look at that and you're like, they should just make a movie out of this. Now, whether or not you agree with the content of the cutscene, you know, that's a different thing. I just didn't like Diablo 3 in general as much as I liked Diablo 2. But whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, it was a fine game. I just didn't like it as much. It went action RPG in like very heavily into the action and less of the character building stuff that Diablo 2 had, which is because I chose, since I played Paladin in Diablo 2 and I enjoyed playing Paladin. That was one of my like fun things. I was like, oh yeah, Paladin, fun, like it a lot. Since that's what I played, I went and did Crusader and Diablo 3, and that, like, I played the game at normal difficulty, just like I did for Diablo 2, what they recommended, and the feeling of that game is just so drastically different than it is for Diablo 2. Diablo 2 normal is still very hard, and it's intended for you to go to what is it called, Nightmare and then Hell. They intend for you to new game plus your character basically, but still have it be difficult pretty much on every difficulty, although Nightmare, being the middle child, kind of isn't as difficult. And then Diablo 3 was like, you can up the difficulty whenever you want if you feel like it's not difficult enough for you. But I played at normal because they said in their description, they were like, this is the base game experience of Diablo 3. And I'm like, well, whenever I play a game for the first time, I always play normal difficulty because I want the base experience. I want to understand what, like, especially sequel games. If the sequel is significantly harder than the original, then I know that the devs had intended for this to be a more difficult game. If I bump up the difficulty just because I play a sequel, that doesn't necessarily align with what the devs had in mind for the game. So that's just how I view it anyway. And that's how I choose to play my games typically. So when I played Diablo 3 and it was like a cakewalk compared to Diablo 2, I was just like, okay. And the abilities got super, like, crazy, where it was like, you could zap something from so far away that you one-shot it with this heavenly thunder ability. I'm like, this is cool, but it doesn't feel like I have to choose between anything. I just get max damage and safe gameplay at the same time. There's no risk to it. And yeah, I agree. Normal is super bad as a normal difficulty for Diablo 3. I will never play Diablo 3 on normal difficulty again, but that's what I ended up playing because I wanted to see what they had intended the experience to be, and yeah, that experience is not great. It is definitely for people who are not into those types of games and want an easy experience. And you know what? Fine. I guess it's good for them to have that, but don't call that normal, call that easy. And then say this is for players who are new to this. Because I believe there was an easy difficulty, and I shudder to think what that was. If normal is easy, then what is easy difficulty? Like, how much easier can it get? Inferno was real pay-to-win crap, but it was actually legit harder than Hell, so at least they had that going for them. But then the game was a cakewalk till you got to Inferno, so it was just gameplay-wise not even remotely close to being Diablo. Biggest, most glaring flaw was map design in D3. No longer as random and open-ended. Yeah, I felt that too. I definitely felt that too. I was like, wow, like, I think the randomness was like some of the locations of like the tombs or whatever, but it didn't, like, for the most part, yeah, it just wasn't all there. I don't want to say Diablo 3 sucked, but if you're expecting Diablo, like from Diablo 1 or 2, Diablo 3 was not the same game. Again, I think the game is fine, because again, I have pretty low expectations, even as a fan for Diablo, but I can tell you that I'll tell you that that game is not even close to how the old games are. It doesn't feel like a real Diablo game, but I'm not upset by it. I just, like, you have to bump up the difficulty if you want to play Diablo in Diablo 3. Which is crazy. I remember talking to a friend about that too. I was like, this game is so much easier than Diablo 3. And, oh, hello, Botorn. Where did you come from? And she was like, why don't you just bump up the difficulty? I'm like, because I always play my games in normal difficulty first to see what they intend for the game to be. And then she argued, she was like, well, the game's you're supposed to bump up the difficulty. They intend for you to do that. And I'm like, it says right here, the base game experience is normal. Like, I know that you can turn up the difficulty at any time and do that, but, like, it literally says play this if you want to understand what the game is like at its core. So, that's what I do every time I first play through. There was a really cool game, item crafting wise, ARPG genre, but it too suffers from the stupid flaw of map gen like D3. Last Epoch. Cool stuff in there. Huh. Yeah, I've heard of that one too. Didn't know anything about it though. So, interesting. Have you played, the hell's it called? Path of Exile, specifically 2. That was the action RPG Diablo-like thing. I never played that one, so... But I know a lot of people, like, pre-ordered it and stuff so they could play it and really liked it, but I don't know what that's more similar to. If it's a lot like Diablo 1 and 2, or if it's a lot more like Diablo 3. You can definitely live without it, yeah. I don't want to really spend money on it myself. I heard it's really good, but I don't want to spend money on it for now. I'll wait for the full version to come out. Also, if you're wondering why I'm not playing, for anybody watching, it's because I'm waiting for daylight so I can continue doing what I'm doing. Because I know it's probably not going to be day until about 7:30 or 8 o'clock since it's late November. So, waiting for the sun. I don't have windows in here, but soon, hopefully, as I improve the base, I'll have windows. I like how Path of Exile 1 was community-driven, market and haggling with random stuff, but they made it not so anymore. Huh. I'm always, like, interested in games that have a community and a market, but I've also heard of a lot of games where the market is just, like... It's, like, either makes the game too easy, or it's really dumb and nobody uses it because you can set the price on things and nobody will pay the price for that when they can go get it themselves. It's like your community heavily depends on how good your game is at that point. because you have this community market. Some games succeed and others fail with it, is basically what I've heard, but I do not know. Excuse me, let me get a drink of water. Huh. Interesting. They didn't have any classes, and then they went into classes. Huh. Hello, Shiver. Bonk. 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 It's starting to be daytime. Oh, it's still dark enough, and there's a rift there. Why is there a rift? Of course there's one in the middle of where I'm building my path for my animals. Of course there's a rift. Oh, there's one right here too. Apocalyptic, of course. Well, I will wait for it to be more daytime. Oh, hello. Go away. I'll wait for it to be more daytime, and I'll plop a lantern in here so that hopefully I don't get any rifts in my house since it's dark. And once it's daytime, I'll run away or something to make the rifts despawn. Because single player is good like that, not having to worry about rifts locations, it's all within render, so if you run far enough away, it should despawn. I think the rune words sort of killed the fun of finding rares in D2 as well. I never made anything with rune words. I didn't know that was a thing for the longest time. Like when I played Diablo 2, I've only played Diablo 2 3 times and I've beaten it twice. And the first time I beat it was on classic Diablo 2 a really long time ago. And it was like before I even had internet. I think I beat it with Sorceress, and then the first time I ever played was on classic Diablo 2, and I played Necromancer but never finished because I was dumb enough. I was a young kid. I didn't see the tabs in the powers menu, so I thought Necromancer was only curses, and I went all in on curses and then realized there was like a whole summoning thing, and so I restarted it after I made it to Act 2 but never finished. And then my most recent one was just a couple years ago. I played the Paladin that I was talking about. But I never looked up anything when I was playing it. And then I started watching this guy doing the YouTube stuff he does for Diablo 2, where he does challenges of Diablo 2. And he was talking about rune words. I'm like, I didn't even know that was a thing. I knew runes existed, but I didn't know that you could combine certain runes into certain weapons or shields and get certain things. Like, I just didn't. It was a whole thing that I didn't even know existed. So I just went purely off of, like, gear I found. I beat normal difficulty on Diablo 2. I never went in all the way through on hell at all. Basically because I've only played Diablo 2 a handful of times and only beaten on normal difficulty twice. I don't have hyper optimization. I don't know what metas are or anything for that game. So for me, it takes me like, you know, forever to get through the base game. So by the time I beat normal difficulty, I just lose interest in playing anymore because I played it for whatever, 60 hours or 40 hours or whatever it is. I don't actually time it. Curse only necro. Hell is the true test for your build, yeah. And like that's the thing is I was so like bad at it. I didn't really have builds. I just played and put points into things, and so having only played Sorcerer and played Paladin all the way through, I don't know anything about like, Paladin, there's these 3 builds that are really strong. I couldn't tell you. So that's part of the fun for me, is it's basically still a new game, even though it's really old. Because I'm not knowledgeable enough in it to have metas. And that's why it took me so long to beat it at base, and... Oh, there's my elk. And then... why I never played the later difficulties, because it just took me so long to beat it at base. I also didn't grind as much as I probably should have. It's a very grindy game when you're looking for specific pieces of gear or whatever. I only grinded for levels, never for gear. So I didn't optimize anything gear-wise. I wasn't like, oh yeah, if I just farm the Countess a million times, like I didn't think about that ever. I farmed the Countess for XP, not for runes or whatever that people like to do. I hope that despawned that rift. Yeah, Hell has immune creatures. I've watched, like I said, the challenge guy. He goes all the way through Hell on all of his challenges, or most of his challenges anyway. And yeah, seeing creatures immune to things is like, yes, I would not be able to survive this. Thankfully, every difficulty gives you a respec. So I could take my terrible paladin build and make a better paladin build. Just plan a build that would be able to handle every foe you legit need to kill. And that was the thing, is like, being so inexperienced, you never know what to expect, you know? So I built for my paladin, like I said, how I ended up beating the game is I went into auras really heavily. And then I went into, towards the end, I think it's what, Blessed Shield or whatever that gives you the better block chance. So I went like really heavily into tanking and auras and doing passive damage, and then also doing the whatever aura damage I had. Because I did like Holy Frost, Lightning, and Fire or whatever. But because I didn't spec all into Holy Fire and then go into like whatever the Magic Hammer one is for anything that was fire immune, I had like weak auras that didn't do as much damage as I needed to do when I ran into things that were immune to that damage. So instead of going like, oh, I just won't use auras, I went like all in on auras and then had like really weak auras. I had like a level 12 fire or flame aura or whatever as my best one, and then had like a level 7 and 5 frost and lightning or something. It was not great. And then there's Zeal. Yeah, I did hear about Zeal after the whole fact of me playing the game. The Warlock is apparently really nice, though pretty broken, like pretty overpowered, but fun to play. As much as I've heard of it anyway. Again, coming from that YouTuber, Zarfin the Loot Goblin, that I've watched a few times. He's a fun guy to watch, but he's definitely super incredibly knowledgeable about the game because he plays kind of only Diablo 2. That's like the only thing he does. And I guess Path of Exile to some extent. Because he played that while basically in between Diablo content, he was playing Path of Exile. I think this is good enough. We'll just go with that and we'll see what happens. He played Warlock and it does look really strong, but also you know, I feel like there are strong builds for other ones. It's just that Warlock seems like it's the like easiest to have a strong class. There are strong classes for all of them, but like Warlock has, for one of its level 30 skills, the ability to bind a demon, and you can bind like mini bosses and stuff. You can bind like the Smith and like Hephasto or whatever, which is the better Smith, and you can bind even the not Diablo that Bale summons. You can bind him so that he battles for you. They don't do great damage, but they have massive health pools, especially in the later difficulties. I think you could basically clear a game with Thorns and that's all. Probably. I'm sure you could if you built the right build. I just didn't. Yeah. Thorn aura. Yeah, I know what Thorns is. But I didn't ever spec into Thorns or anything like that. So I was Holy Flame, Frost, and Lightning, and that was about it. I think I spec'd into, maybe if I had to go Thorns, it was whatever you have to for the prerequisites for other auras. I think I even went into... Oh, I went into, what's the healing one? There's like a prayer aura or something that heals you. I also spend a lot of points into that. So I went really heavy into aura paladin, but I went into like all the auras, not like 2 of them. So my character ended up having like a max level of like 11 or 12 or something in one aura, and then the rest were super weak. So yeah, definitely my bad, but being an inexperienced player, not knowing what I'm doing, can't exactly fault myself either. I did what seemed fun, and it worked for most of the game, and then I got to Diablo, and he crushed me. So I stopped playing for like a good year after the Diablo 2 remaster came out, because I didn't feel like grinding to get experience to make my paladin not bad. Knowing Diablo 2, I've forgotten how it feels to not play. Exactly. Like, I know what it's like to be super knowledgeable in games that I've played a ton of. Like, I play Subnautica and stuff like that, and I've been watching, they were in here earlier, but Helia, was playing Subnautica Below Zero, and I've played the hell out of that game. But, like, it's funny watching somebody struggle, and you're like, oh yeah, you just gotta do these things, but not knowing that. And so, like, it's fun. That's what's fun to watch people stream, at least in my opinion. That's when I really get into watching streamers, is when they're playing something new for the first time. I don't like to backseat, but I do like to, like, be there in case they want help. And I like to give them, like, small callouts if I can, to be like, oh yeah, no, you're in the right area, just, like, keep looking. I don't want to be like, it's over there to the right, then this way, then this way. But I enjoy the, like, having the bit of knowledge to help somebody. And, like, knowing how to restrain myself from doing that. So, yeah, Diablo 2 is one of those things that I'm bad at it. Like, I'm sure you could beat, like, somebody experienced like you could probably beat the game in, or, like, not the game, but normal difficulty in, like, I don't know, 5 hours. Maybe. I'm just guessing a number, maybe less, if you really hyper optimize to know what you're doing. For me, it took me like 40. And that's why I didn't do any higher difficulties, because it just took a really long time to get through that. I guess it depends on how much you farm, too. Because farming can account for a large amount of time, too. There we go. We finally got those things in. Ugh. That took forever, and my axe has suffered for it, but whatever. It's durability well spent for me to have animals in a proper walled-in area. One that won't take any real damage. Actually, I didn't check to make sure I sealed it all, but I'm pretty certain that was the last thing I did. So I should double check that once I get these fences back in my inventory. Or at least some of them. This is probably good enough. Yes, I know, game. I'm starving. I'm out in the cold and I had flax bread and that's it. So yeah, I don't expect to be doing very well. Alright, this corner should be up high enough that they can't do anything, but we're just gonna be safe. We're gonna add a fence row on top of that. There's no way they're climbing that. And then this is definitely high enough. They shouldn't be able to jump from anything. We got fences here. This should be good enough. Cool. Have to go grab food again. Actually, I think I'm out of bread because I'm dumb and didn't think about that. I might not actually... Darn drifters. If I had candles, I'd have a lit up base by now. Get out of here. Let's see. He built this barbarian with multiple weapon proficiencies, which is a huge waste in skill point use. Yeah, you need to look up rune words. Yeah, it's something I totally didn't get into. Because I was just, like I said, the first time I played Diablo 2, didn't have internet, didn't have a community that I could talk to or see or anything, and then the most recent time I played, I just didn't look anything up, and then found out rune words exist through watching somebody else. So I was like, oh, that makes sense. I think the Warlock update to Diablo 2 added a compendium of things to tell you, like, maybe how to make something once you've made it. I don't remember exactly. Okay, well, it's been going on 4 hours now. A little bit longer than I normally stream. I'm gonna have to end it there, unfortunately, as much as I want to keep playing and talking about Diablo or any other video game, because we've talked about just about everything I can think of at the moment. I've got stuff to do, food to eat, videos to make for YouTube. So, I unfortunately have to go do that. But thanks for chiming in and chatting. I appreciate it. I wanted to leave an hour ago. Yeah, I just wanted to get the animals in the pen, and then it turned into this thing of, like, you know, like a whole process, because it was day, night, make food, all that. So, anyway, I will be back Monday, maybe do a surprise stream over the weekend, depending on how busy I am. But for the most part, probably Monday. So, if you're around, great. Otherwise, see you later whenever you next get here. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.